Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the power, and the wisdom from the universe. And so, with that, hi, y'all. I hope you're doing okie dokie. There's seven folks already here. And Joyce, are you serious? I hope so sometimes. And I cannot read that, but blessings to you. Teresa is B3. Greetings, family. Happy to be here. Jody. Hi, Ian. How are you? Teresa, I think Mary wins. Deborah Truex, good to see you all. Yes, blessings to everybody. Mary wins and see. Oh, B3 Dazed, 3D something, okie dokie. Um, Not to make light. There, let's see, way back up to the top. And Sarah Horton, how are you? Um, Great. Man, it's good to see everybody here tonight. I tell you what. Yeah. So, if you don't know already, we live in some interesting times. Whoa, the stuff that's going on. And so I don't even want to really, comment on any of it other than there's some real craziness going on. And for those of us who have been disappointed, and both sides are disappointed. The other side's more like, ha ha, we got you. And then there are those of us going, something's just weird. Now, I live in Georgia. And the interesting part of me living here is that, I went and voted. And so I'm going to keep this little part of short, but I think it's important because it just happened. But anyway, went to the polling station, me and Duggar. It's about 4 miles up the road from me. And pulled in there, and there were several trucks there, vehicles, around here. A lot of folks have trucks, uh, farming community and all. And so um, I get out, and there's people coming out, but there's two other vehicles pulling in. Now, this is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, I would have figured I picked 2 o'clock because there's a school literally, within 1,000 yards of the polling booth, and school would have been let out and the buses and parents and all that, right? And so it's like, okay, so gonna go by 2 o'clock and miss the school crowd. Well, it's not that it was crowded, but they had three machines for our small community out here, and there was somebody at those three machines before and during and after. As I was leaving, there were people sitting down ready to use the voting machine. So when I first walked in, nobody in the polling place had a mask on. And I had mine in my hand, and I was like, I looked around, person walked in from, to vote. He didn't have a mask on, kind of looked around, said, I'm just going to stick mine right in my pocket, went on about business. Did the thing, got my voters thing, went in, and there's one or two people that's got a mask on, but nobody's like, everybody's sort of keeping their distance, but not really, because when somebody needed help, the other person had to go over and here, let me show you how this goes, and can you read this, and let me show you this button here, and put it into here. So there's touching going on, you know what I mean? Nobody was freaked out. And so when I asked the folks doing, working the table there, getting your card and everything, verifying who you are. And I have no problem with having them verify who I am, because I don't want some sneaky person coming in and going, wait a minute, this isn't your district. Or, why are you trying to vote here? Or who are you? And so, but anyway, so we all voted. And I asked the lady, she goes, we have had one heck of a turnout. And they were still coming. And that was at 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, knowing that there was going to be more people. So anyway, But with that said, so I'm looking at the state of Georgia, and I'm going to get on with the topic in just a minute, but the whole state is covered in red, all the counties here and there, but then there's like around Columbus, Macon, Savannah, parts of Atlanta, and the rest of the state is red. Okay. So I'm like, what? And all of a sudden they like, well, we've got some absentee ballots over here in Fulton County we hadn't counted yet. And why they're still, if they've got 60,000 votes they think are missing, and Trump's up by over 100,000, if every one of them went for Biden, they would, you know what I'm saying? So um this being Georgia, I can talk about Georgia. I don't know about anybody else, but there's some shenanigans going on, and the people in Georgia aren't. I don't know what they'll do, but they ain't going to take a liking to this when the whole state is covered in red, and it's only Atlanta and these couple of places that are supposed to pull the swing vote out of this. The whole state is like, no, no, you know, and apparently a good percentage of the voters, in our small communities, we showed up in droves yesterday. Okay, enough politics. But that sort of sets a tone for how some folks are feeling right now, which coincides with part of the topic in the title tonight about spiritual doubt. So there are so many things that you look at certain things and go, I just can't believe this is happening. It affects our spirit. It affects who we are, and it's for me, and I think a lot of other people, there is a surrealism to all of this. And you look out there and you go, I can't believe this is really happening. Oh, well, we got this and hem ha, hem ha. Florida had their votes and go, there it is, we're done. What? Yep, we're done. And Florida was the state that was mocked back in the 2000 elections. So, but anyway, the dangling chads and all. So, but with that said, though, there is doubt everywhere, and it affects us spiritually. Now, as for those of you who hung out on my channel, you know that I have been, preaching that during this time, our, spiritualness, who we are, was going to be under attack. And if this isn't an attack, and the attack is there's so much foolishness going on that it's an attack against our sanity. It's an attack against whether or not, well, I'm sorry, you live down there in South Georgia, y'all a bunch of rednecks. Well, what about middle Georgia and north of Atlanta and up in the mountains? Them all rednecks too? Maybe, but hang on, no, there's shenanigans and there's politics because they want to keep us shook up. And right now is when spiritually, many of us have kind of sort of warned and said, listen, you got to hold it together, don't get your drawers in a knot, and we're all hoping for some kind of justice in a lot of ways. So in this, there are folks on both sides all over the place who are seeking some type of spiritual outlet. And so in another video, I discussed about our spiritual confidence, that many folks don't have any confidence in their own spirituality and what they already know. And that maybe, they need to put books down instead of trying to read something else, because you may have too much information that's actually clouding your own true spirituality. So it's like the folks who want to initiate you into their clique, if you will. initiate, the Catholics were great at it. First you're baptized, they want to drown you with some water and put lemon and salt on you and all that other, do the sign of, get you part of the, the organization before you even get a chance to say yes or no. At the age of 7, for myself, along with a lot of other Catholic boys and girls, had our first communion. So that's the first time we ate the body of Jesus, at the altar of God. And, and such as, was the Catholic faith in that respect. But our faith now, because there's so much turmoil within the church, that Archbishop that has been warning folks, and there is a lot to what he says is very true. Now, there are folks that are talking about this is related to faith and our spirituality and our doubts. Because for those people who have relied on religion to keep them spiritually attached somehow, and one of the first things that when you realize that you don't need religion to be spiritual, and that I learned this because, Catholics are like, if you don't go to church on Sunday, that's a venial sin. You got to do penance and all this other kind of stuff. Can't eat meat on Fridays. That was the rule of the day. They've changed all this. Well, now you can go to church Saturday night and that counts for Sunday. Well, wait a minute. Hang on. Now I kind of get that. But here's the thing. As a Boy Scout early on down in Tampa, and back in the days where the Boy Scout camps was and places where we went camping, it's all houses and neighborhoods now. But one of the things we were always next to, and not every one of our scoutmasters was Catholic. And sitting around the campfire looking up at the stars, and back then you could actually see the stars in Tampa. You looked up and you said, there's got to be more. Well, there's more infinite. And, and because the Boy Scout handbook is based a lot on a lot of Native American traditions, tracking and this and that and fire building and teepees and tents and, all that kind of stuff. And interwoven with other knowledge, So when you look up at the sky and you understand your place with nature, you just sort of get it. There's something else to the world, not just church. And several of the camps that we went to always had a little chapel in the woods. It was just a couple of stumps with a board across it, and there was a little place that sort of looked like a pulpit or whatever. Sometimes it was just some logs and a board on it, but there was something that represented some kind of area where you could pray. And so it's like one time we got stuck somewhere, and it literally snowed in Florida. Couldn't believe it. And here we were with barely long sleeve shirts, because we're in Florida. So we were supposed to go to church, and it was being late. And so one of the scoutmasters said, listen, God's going to hear your prayer. So as little kids, we're all worried, but then now I'm going to have to go to confession because we missed mass. And oh my God, we're all going to miss church. Oh. And so, I mean, back then, as little kids, we were all kind of sort of terrified of that kind of stuff because that's how they ingrained it to us. But there were those adults who understood and said, hey, y'all just go over there to the church place over there and sit down and say a couple of prayers and, because we can't get out of here right away and we're going to miss mass, that's all right. God will hear your prayer. So right then, I don't know, I'm maybe 12 years old, maybe. And I'm thinking to myself, so, God ain't just in the church, right? So that was my first taste in spirituality, having not being related to a religion. Okay. So as I've learned over the years, I've learned that religion has its place for people who have doubt within their own spirituality. So, and I left the Catholic Church and tried to find another faith. I went to this church, did that, studied this, studied that, and I've studied, I still study other religions. I've got the Bhagavad Gita upstairs, all three books, and other books on Zoroastrianism and Buddhism and I Ching, or just all different types of, I've got books from um, um, Dolores Cannon, that's her last name, and books from Edgar Casey, and books from sort of uh, you know obscure folks in between. You know what I mean? So the idea, though, that it's the accumulation of this knowledge. That's why I always say, I pray that you will accept and receive the knowledge from the universe. Now, sometimes you have to read certain things, but it's like, what do you do with that information? Now, lately, there are several channels and some folks who seem to have like upped their game, if you will, to try to encourage you to believe in them a little bit more, and that you should be initiated into these new realms of thinking, and that you're going to have to go through these things. And it's like, okay, interesting. So the first part of this, the title of this video, is initiation to ignorance. Now, in the idea of shamans, and I want to discuss this because in a lot of ways they're sort of related, but there is a difference. If I'm studying, when I was studying with the shamans that I did study with, there was a one-on-one thing, and there was discussion about subjects, about with the north, the south, the east, and the west, what represented each, what animal types were sort of related there, and the fact that depending on where you are on the North American continent, there are certain tribes that believe something else, whether it's in the east or north or whatever. So but the basic idea of all of them, of all these tribes, is that you give honor to the spirits and to the animals, especially those that are most respected, right? And, to the bird clan, for example, and all the fish, and then to all of the, to all of the crawly critters, and then all of the four-leggeds, I mean, really. And then, so you say, well, okay, well, what does that mean? Well, one could say that there's a novice that comes in. So you're sitting with the shaman, and I would be discussing this with someone if you came to me and we're sitting around the fire. And so consider there's a fire going on. And so I say, listen, one of the first things that you need to understand is that all of these things are connected. Well, Hawkeye, what do you mean? Well, the creepy crawlies, and they feed the birds because the birds need the creepy crawlies to eat so the birds can stay alive. And then the birds do this, and the birds will eat seeds off of one plant and fly over to a farmer's field and poop out the seeds, and other trees will be grown. And so the birds help to spread the seeds. And then this helps to do, and then their trees come up, and then these trees, because they had fruit on them where they ate the seeds, then these fruit trees will come up somewhere else to help feed the birds, and to also to provide shade. And fruit that falls on the ground will bring insects and the worms and the other things. So all of these things are related. Do you see? Well, I'd never quite thought of it that way. Well, if a tree falls on the ground, do you does it make a noise? And the answer is yes. Why? Because it doesn't matter if you're there or not. I've heard trees, I've dropped trees. I used to be uh, well, I still am a forester in a way, but used to, be a pulpwood person back way back. So cut quite a few trees down in my day. Anyway, a logger. I'm a logger. Anyway, so this idea, though, that in discussing this, you say, well, the tree does make a sound, regardless of whether or not anyone hears it, because, if you take a stick and beat on the ground, it makes a noise. So you have to look at these things that these things are related. I can make a noise like the drum. The drum is the heartbeat of Mother Earth. It's sacred. So you only drum when you wish to have ceremony and to honor Mother Earth. So, and you dance in honor of Mother Earth and to, the grandmother and grandfather, to all the spirits that have come before us. And you say, well, wait a minute, are we doing any prayers or anything? Not really. Well, do we have to do a sacrifice? Oh, no. Some tobacco and some sage and maybe some cornmeal. Well, why the cornmeal? Why corn? Well, because corn, maize, Creator gave it to the Indians, to sustain them so that they could make their breads and they could, and so to offer some cornmeal back is an honor to the Creator and to Mother Earth, because without without corn, there would be no cornmeal. So it's just an offering. It's a gift back into honor what was already given. The corn was given to us. We're going to give cornmeal back in honor. Oh, well, what do you say? What do you mean? What do you say? Well, you give them the cornmeal. What do? You just say, I offer this cornmeal in thanks and honor to Mother Earth. Well, then what do? You say thank you to the four directions, to the up and the down and the inside, to the seven directions. Seven directions? I thought there was only four. Well, that's understanding there's more to this world than just the four directions. There's the up and the down. What do you mean? There's up in the sky and there's the down. And then there's the inside here, which is the seventh realm, if you will, the seventh direction, and the most important. And so the young person is looking and going, wow, this is kind of, and so you say, this is part of the beginning of your awareness. When you contemplate on these simple things, and regardless of what's going on in the world, you still understand these things. And so now to the younger person, they say, well, Hawkeye, so how do I join to be a shaman? Do I need to do some kind of initiation rites? And the shaman will look and go, there is no initiation, because this isn't a club. If someone asks you if you wish to be initiated into whatever it is that they are telling you, then you should tell them no. Because then to be initiated into anything means that you agree to go along with whatever it is they want you to do. Because that you're giving a pledge of allegiance, you're agreeing to whatever it is that they want. The young person says, but Hawkeye, but as a shaman, don't you have to do something? And the answer back is this: what you do is remember who you already are. The initiation is by you simply realizing that you are connected with all of these energies, seen and unseen, above and below and inside. Well, but shaman, that's a lot to grasp. Yes, that's true, is the reply. But in that reply, understand this: when you can consider them to be simple truths without having to join any group, because it is an understanding that must first come within yourself. So if you say, someone wants to initiate me into this group, the first question would be, why? What is so important that you should be initiated? Because on a spiritual level, you're already a part of the group of like minded beings. And the awareness that you wake up to that simple fact is, one of the steps on the road, on the red road. Well, but wait a minute. But what about all this stuff? Don't you have to join the club? I mean, you got to pay dues? Well, if you must think that you have to pay your dues is being kind and understanding the law of one, to do no harm at as much as possible, and to understand that basic one rule and how important it is, not just to you and me, but to the planet and to the universe, because all of these things are connected. But Hawkeye, don't I get a tattoo or something to be a shaman? No, because the understanding of a shaman is, first you understand that these things connect. Then you understand a little more each day how the caterpillar turns into weaves a cocoon and then turns into a moth or a butterfly and mates and lays eggs, and the eggs become, and the cycle starts all over. And that somewhere along there, birds may come in and eat some of the caterpillars, or maybe even the moths. But at night, the moths will fly, and then the bats can feed off of the moths, and some of the other insects. So in nature, there is sometimes an abundance of things, and sometimes there is a famine. But in that always follows. But because we are of this, at present time, we are of this earth, but we are also with the universe. We coexist at the same time. And to some, they think this is a dream, that this is a matrix. And in that story, it's that if you wish to think that you live on a prison planet, then you do. There's a lot of evidence that at one time this planet was a prison planet. They put a lot of, political despots on this planet. It has been said that, in planets in the galaxies or whatever, that there are more artists and musicians and creative people, literature and math. There are smart people in other places too, but as far as population density, there's a lot of creative people. And, it seems like everybody I know has a little bit of creativity. Sometimes it's darning socks, or sometimes it's cooking, or sometimes it's whatever it is. So whether or not this is a truity, so the young novice would ask the shaman and say, shaman, what does this mean for me? And the shaman would has said to me, you need to understand that your place in the universe is up to you. What? Well, if you have a family and you have family obligations, then you are obligated to your family because of you created the situation. Now, you could walk away and leave them up to their own devices or whatever, but if you were an honorable person, then you will treat them as honorably as possible and do your best to raise them, feed them, house them, whatever. And at some point they will leave your care, and that'll be that. And then your life is up to you. But until your whatever obligations that you made now, but understand that during this time and even after this time, if you understand that your spirit is still a part of the bigger picture, no matter what you have to do, regardless of your obligations, so that you stay in the spirit. And some people would say that, you need to have religion in order to do that. And in order to be in some type of religious organization, you must be um, initiated into the group. I can't remember, how many times they told me I was going to have to be baptized. Well, look, I was baptized as a Catholic. Oh, yeah, but you weren't baptized Methodist. I was baptized in a Christian, okay. Oh, but that was Catholic. Nope, 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 nope. If you want to be a born again Christian, then we got to baptize you. All right, so you leave this church and you go over here, and the Baptists go, sorry, but the Catholics and the Methodists, we don't agree with either one of them. But you want to get baptized into our church, you must be initiated. We got to baptize you. And I started looking at this and going, what's up with that? So the initiation rites to join anything are just that. They want you to submit to whatever it is that organization, Baptist, oh, well, we're all Christian. Then then why do I have to keep getting baptized? Don't you believe me? I did it once, And besides that, Jesus died for our sins. And so I should be already, my sins should already be forgiven. And what's this crap about original sin? So, but, no, he died for our sins. So how could I be born with an original sin? If it was original, then it must have been a previous reincarnation before Jesus. Otherwise, he supposedly wiped the slate. So, but in the shaman part of this, there is no initiation. There is a ceremony of an offering of tobacco, which is to the Native Americans and many others, is that it's a sacred herb. So you offer it to the directions in honor of the universe. There is no particular God, okay? It is the creator of all things. It's not a person. It's not a personage. It is a being of light, okay? It is like, you've seen those pictures of the middle of what the galaxy looks like. Okay, that glowing light, that something like that, that's creator. Okay, it's the energy that flows between us and that's in the universe that touches all things. So you say, well, I don't know, it seems like, I, is there a book about this? No, the book is in your heart. The book is all around you. Mother Nature and the universe is the book. Yeah, but what about this book about such and such? And they talk about if you do this and do that and do this ritual and make this promise and light a candle and do these things that you're going to be a part of. Okay, why do you feel that you must join this? Because if you understood you are already a part of the universe, then to join something, to be initiated into any other kind of group, is selling your energy out. Do you know what this initiation entails? No. Um, uh, uh, do you know that you're already connected to the universe? That is the whole purpose of understanding what shamanism is on a true basis. It's to understand the whole pure nature of things. And for every day that goes by, I'm 68 now. I'm out with the weed eater and doing stuff and carving a trail through the woods so me and Duggar can go camping. And so I'm like, I'm 68 years old and doing this stuff that I've always done, right? And I thought, wow, I'm sore right now. Let me tell you. And I didn't take my meds. But anyway, but with that said, though, in this whole story of this, I'm looking at the woods, and over the years, trees have come up, and this has changed, and this looks like that. And from when I first bought this place, it was a wheat field, and not a very good wheat field at that. And so it was just basically a big field of clay. And when it rained, it turned into a big slidey, slicky. And now there are 40, 50-foot trees on the place. And from here to the top of the road, there are huge pine trees. And there are oak trees and there are cherry trees and there are all kinds of other things. There are little bunny rabbits that run through the tall grass. And back in the back, it's turned into a forest again where all the trees had been cut off. And so it's like, so many changes since I've lived here. And we want to say thank you to Bob, and here's some coffee. So if anybody starts talking about being initiated, you have to ask the question, so why? Well, if you do this and, then you'll become a part of it. Here's the thing about spirituality. It's there all the time. It's the awareness of that it is there all the time. So with self-doubt and with all these people going, oh, no, this is the way over here. Oh yeah, when we initiate you over here and you do this and you read this stuff and now you're going to be one of us. Well, now hang on, I'm already a part of a group. I already know that simply by my existence, I am a part of the league of like-minded beings, simply because I'm aware of it. There's nothing to join. It's the awareness. Oh crap! I'm already a member. I've had a lifetime membership into the League of Like-Minded Beings. And so when you understand that, all this other stuff is just fluff. It's piffle. It's poppycock. It's make up a little frilly something in you, because otherwise it is stealing you away from your own journey. Now, why are we born? Now, I've been through this myself. I went through the whole prison planet thing. I probably about 2 or 3 years of the prison planet and the soul, this and that. I even did videos early on about the alien that was interviewed by the nurse. I can't remember it all, but anyway, in that those alien folk called us Isbies. Okay. And with that, or they were called Isbies. I'm blipping on that particular thing. Anyway, but the idea, though, that this planet a long time ago, which most people won't accept, in that, well, wait a minute, then what about God? Well, God is a construct. It's a book. Well, yeah, but it's the Holy Bible. Says who or whom? The church. Oh, now I've talked about this before, and I did a study years ago when I was in Catholic Church, and since then too, about Saint Francis, because in my understanding of who I am spiritually, I was like, I'm not necessarily looking for a Catholic person per se, but in my understanding of monks and Buddha and this person and that person and whatever, who could I aspire to be or be like? Who could I emulate? And it came to me long before this Jesuit Black Pope um, stole the name of Francis. So in my understanding of Saint Francis, that he used herbs was kind to animals, and some folks say that he could speak with animals. He would invite them into the church on certain occasions and bless them. He would bless the farm animals, and the church was furious with him. And he was using herbs to heal them, and there were those in the church who wanted to have him burned at the stake for witchcraft, because he was using herbs and things. So he was way ahead of his time. And then there were those who were like, well, he's got something going here. And they petitioned the Pope, not on Francis's behalf, mind you, but to start an order. And he was furious. Francis went to Rome and said, no, I don't want you to start an order after me. That's silly. That's stupid. And they did it anyway. And now this Black Pope has stolen his name, not to honor him, but to do just the opposite. Take the great person that Francis really and truly was and use that. Look, I'm emulating Francis. See me, when actually, he's actually, a demon in disguise, the current Pope. And so this must be understood in our spirituality of things, because so many people, that has been a part of their construct. And you say, listen, ladies and gentlemen, whether you believe in God or gods, and the plural is probably more true than just one, but let's not get into that one, right? But we have to understand something even bigger than that. The thing is that what some people are considering acts of God were honestly beings from another planet having a war down here and with some of us. And it's been going on for thousands and thousands and thousands, if not millions of years. And so people, their faith can't accept that. No, 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 no. God, he did the earth, and and the earth is 6,000 years. No, it ain't. Come on. You ever been to the mountains? And no, it ain't. God created this whole place in 7. Sorry, God's a good guy, but nah, sorry. Things take time. And could something be created like that? I believe it's possible, but here's the thing. Going through the natural process of things, it makes a whole lot more sense if you start out with some mud and you do this and you put it close enough to the sun where it bakes it and makes it sort of done, but not too much, and you get it just right, that Goldilocks zone. So now we're, quote, put on this planet. Well, Edgar Cayce believed that It wasn't necessarily a soul contract, but we understood that here's what this life could be. These are some of the pitfalls, problems, or whatever. Now, because of free will in the universe, you have the free will, but there is sort of a, you're going to be an engineer, you're going to do some things like this, you're a talkative little cuss, meaning angels talking to a brand new baby, right? So you're going to be a talkative little cuss. And you'll probably work with puppets and things, and but it'll be interesting. You should see, how you develop this, or if you do at all, and what you do with it. So, but there's going to be some bumps along the way, but it's going to be up to you to manage the problems and so forth, what you want to do. Well, I don't know, but now listen, you kind of, screwed some things up before, and I understand you want to try to set some of these things right. Right. For me, I did some really crappy stuff when I was down there before, and I want to fix it. Okay, so you understand that you got this little window of opportunity when you're first born, and if you don't like it and you want to get out, then you pull the plug and we'll pull you back out. Okay, no harm done. Okay, so now basically that's the deal. So as a soul, as a spirit, now you say, okay, why would we undertake such a thing? Now there are those who say you're forced into it. Casey said no. Casey said that we have free will in this universe. And this idea of being soul trapped here, and that, now I can understand that there could be technology that would actually, that could actually be feasible. But in some of these understandings about, well, they got these force fields and people can't come and go and the energies and this and that. Listen, I've been seeing spaceships coming in and out of the atmosphere for a long time. If they're getting in and out, then there is no trap. You understand a very basic thing? Because Cobra and some of these folks were like, oh, there's this net around the earth. And not to say that there wasn't, but the moon is set in the right space and there's a harmony there. And, when we die, our spirits, get zapped to the moon and then we get shoved down into another body. I have at one point, I don't know, maybe about 6 months, considered that to maybe actually be true. And then I just said, okay, this is the information that I've been receiving. What is it? And they're like, sorry, dude, but it ain't quite like that. There are those energies that could be zapped, and there are forces and things, but that basically when we leave these meat bags, we're pure energy again. And we have free will. So the idea that our futures are written in stone, no. The journey, there might be an outline to our journeys here on this planet. Why were we born? Because we agreed to come down here for the experience. Yeah, but what am I supposed to do? Live life to its fullest and go by the one rule: do no harm. Have a good time, make a little money, share, be kind, because what you're trying to understand, you were a soul being before you got here. You accepted this mission. Now, with that, you should also accept and honor what you yourself chose. Well, I didn't really want to be here. Are you sure of that? Or now that you're here, you chickened out? Now, that's what I found out over all these years about myself. I used every trick I could think of in the book to sabotage my own spirituality. Drinking, cocaine, uh, and a pretty good amount of it, considering, So this idea, though, that when I realized after it all, spirituality is just you just thing. It's right here. It's at the end of my fingertip, right? It's at the end of your fingertip. We're touching air. We're touching the unit. All the air is connected. So as I'm breathing in and out the air or in touching the atmosphere around me, I can push and form the air molecules in ways and shape, sort of like an airbender. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really intrigued by this airbending thing because I have sort of had this weird personal philosophy years ago before I understood there was Tai Chi and before I understood about, the airbender thing. So I was sort of doing the same kind of thing without having known about it. So in one of my previous lives, and trying to understand this, I could see how there were these balls of energy and stuff because when I first moved down here, I didn't have TV or telephone or anything. So I spent a lot of time around a campfire, let me tell you. I mean, like years around a campfire, Uh, no computers, barely had, I mean, had electricity. That was about it. Barely had water. So been homesteading this place all these years, 38 years, I think now. 1982 is when I first put the a down payment on the place. And it took me a year and a half to move onto the place. But so I've been here almost 40 years, um, 38 years this year. Anyway, so in that 38 years, though, I've seen this oak tree that was this big around to now it's this big around, and it's over the house. And there weren't any trees on the hill before, and now it's a forest, and the back here and the this and the that, and so you see all the changes and you pay attention to those things. And for those people to just go, well, it's just another tree, or it's just another day, or they don't watch it, they don't allow it uh, to sink in, I guess. So the novice asked the shaman, why does this matter? And the shaman patiently looks down and says, because it's as simple as that. And the novice looks at the shaman and goes, what? And the shaman kindly looks back and says, my friend, understanding your spiritualness means that you believe it. You have the confidence. You don't doubt it. It is there. You are connected. The initiation to this was you being born. You're already baptized. You've already been initiated. You are already a member of the League of Like-Minded Beings. There is no sacrifice. It's already been made. And any sacrifices you make from this point on are going to be up to you. But shaman, wait, whoa, hang on. What are you talking about here? I mean, but I've had this struggle all my life. Okay, do you believe you're going to continue to struggle? Oh, well, life's really tough, and life's a struggle. If that's what you believe, then that's what your life will be. Your life will be a struggle. But it's hard and it's tough, and okay, but it's life. It is what it is. You know, accept what you got and do the best you can, and be honorable. Can you understand that? But where do I join? I mean, maybe I don't want this part. What do I do? Well, if all else fails, believe in yourself, and that's the point. That's why it's so simple. It's as simple as understanding that you are already a part of it. There's nothing to join. No religion can make you any more spiritual than the fact that you understand completely the rule of one: do no harm. And everything else then can flow. You want to become an engineer? Okay. You want to go and learn how to play music? Okay. Now, it may be that you may not be able to, you may not be professional enough to make money at playing music, but you can still play music and enjoy. You can still entertain people. You can still make that a part of your spiritual journey. I know that when I play music and I'm out and, guitar and other folks are singing in harmony and so forth, it's the greatest feeling ever. It's like I would go to church just for the singing. Um, and blah, 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 but love the hymns and love the harmonies. But all we need to do is just gather together. We're already a part of we're already a part of creation. Now, there are those Christians or other faiths who would say that it's God's, put it here. Well, somebody somewhere started this, but Mother Nature has taken over. And this planet, especially when we don't mess with it, can take care of us and sustain us and keep us healthy. And if we were kinder to Mother Earth and to ourselves in turn, that it would sustain us even better with less stress, with less chemicals. There are ways that we can do this. So, but the novice asked the shaman, so I'm just here to live? Yep. Do I have a higher purpose? That's up to you. But I feel something inside and I don't know what it is. Well, does it make you feel like you want to boogie? You know, do you want to do a little dance? Do you want to wiggle around a little bit and, do do? Or do you want to go out and kill things and play with their innards? Oh, I wouldn't want to do that. No, no, no. Well, okay, let's dance. So, where do you feel like you are part of the universe? You're already here. Well, what about the creator? What about God? What about him? Well, what if I do something wrong? Is he going to smite me? If you stand out in the middle of a field with an aluminum rod or something during a thunderstorm, Now, personally, I do know one person has been struck by lightning twice. And I go, what's, such an electric personality. And we were born on the same day, too, by the way. That's interesting. Our date. I think she's a year or two older than me. But anyway, the idea that I would get struck by lightning once is enough. But in this experience, though, so what is it about our life? Our life is that we remember that we are always spiritual beings. We can have fun and go swimming. We can go to Las Vegas and gamble if we got enough and we're not, stealing, food out of our kids' mouths or anything. Or, if you got it and you want to go, I went to Vegas and played some money. Not too much, but, for me, $100 is a lot of money to me. There were people who were, I was betting $3 and $4 and $5 and they were betting $100 bill. I was like, I wish I could do that a few times. But anyway, I was in it for the fun of the playing and to be in Vegas and to, and for the experience of it. And that was worth more than the $75 I lost in Vegas gambling. Because I just didn't want to give up. And I decided, well, I've lost up to this point. I'm just going to, that's my lesson. There's the $75 I put aside for my gambling, for my vacation. And to some people, they say, well, yeah, but I had a ball for about 12 hours, 15 hours. there in the casino and around. And, and had a great time. And it was a great experience. And I could still remember how I was sitting. There are certain people sitting, around this blackjack table. But anyway, so it's the experiences. But what do we choose? And some people will accept, well, something this happened and something that happened, and it's like, okay. Now, my friends Rhonda and Kenneth that had that accident about 10 days ago, they were just driving home from here, and a lady pulled out in front of them. And I don't think the lady was intending on pulling out in front of anybody that day, nor were my friends anticipating running into anybody that day, nor having their leg broke or their sternum or, and the issues, bless them, they're better. But, Kenneth, he's laid up with these legs. So anyway, so when accidents like that happen, you could say, well, the universe is against me. Okay, if that's the way you want to look at it. Well, but God must hate me. I'm being paid back for something that I've done. Okay, maybe in the grand scheme of things you are, but if you wish to waller in that, well, God stepped on me and, look, he's paying you back, really? And I went that route a lot back in my younger days. And I'm like, I'm the cause because I drank so much and I could have done better. And so I'm, this is all payback. And so I was so caught up in getting paid back that everything that went wrong was payback. So all I was worried about in life was the payback I supposedly thought I had deserved to come upon me. And when I realized finally that, wait a minute, I'm bringing this upon myself. There are things, the flat tires and stuff just happen. That is true. And life is like that, period. And maybe somebody's picking on us, and maybe it's just a series of unfortunate events. But now, if you wish to consider it, well, I'm in prison, I don't have any control over this. Well, you're giving in, right? If you look at those series of events, and there were days, and they're a lot fewer than they used to be, which is interesting. And it's because I think I created the effects on my own, and then I would notice it and then get pissed off when it happened. And I call it the cascade effect. So I'm moving something in the shop and something's in my way, and I put this over here, and then I put this over here, and something tells me, don't put that there, it's going to fall. And I look at it and go, no, it ain't going to fall, blah, 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 right? And within 2 or 3 minutes, something has happened. Something falls over here and it hits the thing, and it's knocked over. Nuts and bolts all over the floor that used to be separated aren't any longer and stuff like that, just pain in the ass stuff, right? So, and I would call it, and then something else would happen, and you'd hit this. It's sort of like mousetrap, right? And I call it the cascade effect. So if I say, oh crap, that happened, now what next? So by my thinking and saying that sometimes out loud, oh, now what's next? I was all in my frame of mind. I was almost expecting a negative to come really soon. And then when it did, I go, see, I was expecting it. And then something else, the cascade effect. See, I just knew it. It's one of those kind of days. When sometimes I realized that maybe I was just being a little clumsy. Maybe whatever I knocked over or whatever happened, when I noticed it, that's the warning. My spirit guide was going, hey, you noticed that over there, right? Well, do a little something and you can alter future events. I'm giving you this little glimpse of what's going to happen in the next 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Or sometimes you turn around and go, oh, shit, knocked it over right then. or drop something, just, cup of coffee gets spilled, just weird stuff. But whatever that event was, and there were times when I do think there was a poltergeist playing, but if I allowed myself to continue in that thought, I would have doubts about myself. Where does this lead? Back to the topic of this video, the doubts about our spirituality. So something happened here a couple of days ago, and I had something on top of something. I was like, oh, that's a cascade effect right there. I noticed what I was doing, that it could potentially become a cascade thing where this would fall and it would hit this and it would be the mousetrap. So I noticed it and went, let me move this part right over here just because I see it. Part of it did get knocked over later on. I was going, see, now I'm glad I moved that, because was moving the new mop and I turned it and it would have knocked over this little pile of Tupperware dishes. It wasn't a big thing, but I noticed it ahead of time. And because I moved the top one over, so the pile wasn't so high, it was less of a cascade effect. So I had an effect. There was a cause and effect. It wasn't like anything was going to die or anything, but I noticed it ahead of time. So, and I recognized it for what it was. And so you say, well, Hawkeye, what does that mean to me? It means you have to have confidence in yourself. If you doubt, well, I can't do anything about it. Oh, it's going to happen. Well, no, it doesn't. You've been given this little glimpse of something that sometimes all you got to do is just move this or adjust to that or something, and the event doesn't take place. And then it doesn't set you off. And then the cascade effect doesn't happen. So in the spirituality of things, in this idea that in order to become truly spiritual, that you must somehow become initiated with some kind of something, a ritual. Because if you are being initiated, then it is a ritual, not a ceremony. So from a shaman's point of view, we're sitting here with the novice, and the novice is asking shaman, I think I'm confused about some of this stuff. So you say there is no initiation, and you say, well, we're the initiation is that you understand it, so you're already initiated. But there are ceremonies, and they can mark who you are as you move forward in spirit. Well, shaman, what do you mean by that? Well, by doing a ceremony and saying, my ceremony tonight is to under is to say that I believe I am already a part of the universe. Well, what do you mean, shaman? Well, if you state that fact to the universe in a ceremony, well, but isn't that a ritual? No, the ritual is your. The ceremony is yours. I'll be here. Well, that's part of my journey, is to show you how to do this. But you're going to do this. But no, it's not a ritual, and it's not an initiation. Now, one could say this is the beginning of your spiritual journey, because you're marking it with a ceremony. You're honoring this moment with a ceremony. But isn't that an initiation? No. Because the understanding that you already are a part of the universe and that you already are a spirit and that you already are, or potentially can be, whatever, that's a great power in that understanding. So you've already been initiated. So the ceremony is to thank the spirits for this amount of understanding that you've acquired right now. And now it may take you 2 or 3 years or the rest of your life to understand the nuances of what this simple statement is. I am and always have been an, a spiritual entity of this universe. But Hawkeye, what does that mean? Did you just hear what I said? Yeah. Okay. I am and have always been a spirit of the universe. But what does that mean for me now? Well, if you really open up your mind to understand it, it means that you may have lived another life on another galaxy, on another planet. You could have had 6 arms and been green on one side and purple on the other. You could have, breathed in noxious, toxic gases and farted out oxygen. Who knows? But here's the point. If you believe that was more to you before, is you're not sure what, doesn't matter, and but that you will exist after you leave this body, that you understand that you are and always have been and always will be a spirit of the universe. You already are. You're already a part of the club. So do I need to do the ceremony? Well, no, you don't have to. But when you understand the connection of the quantum, all these little, you know, tiny little particles in the universe and how we're all connected. And that by doing so, you're honoring the energy by offering your prayers up with the smoke of with sage, by offering tobacco up to the grandmothers and grandfathers. And you say, but who are those? Those are the people who came before us. Those who are the ones, our generations who brought us here, who allowed, however I got to this point, that it was because of my ancestors that I'm here. And whoever my grandparents were before my grandparents, I didn't know my great grandparents. And, you know, the idea, though, that wait a minute, they came from Ohio and Kentucky and Virginia, and that, yes. And, because I was adopted, there's a lineage going back towards Robert E. Lee. And it's like, what? Oh, but, none of that matters. Well, but here's an idea in this. Regardless of where my lineage or your lineage may have come from, it's just been an interesting side note to me. I've never gained anything from it, don't intend to. But the idea that it exists is like interesting. So, and I take note in that in the honor of things. And so a lot of folks, didn't really understand Robert E. Lee, but his men, they honored him. He was honorable to all of his men. They would follow him into hell. And so with that, I say, I will wear that badge. And now that I live down here in South Georgia, I feel more Confederate than I do a Northerner, even though I was born in, Cincinnati, Ohio. But the idea, though, I think I'm still a Southerner at heart. And by the way, I was proud to be a Southerner the other day when I was voting, when most of the folks weren't hollering at each other about masks or nothing, and everybody was just keeping nobody was disrespectful. I'm very proud of us around here for that. Really proud. But anyway, so in this spirituality, though, so it's so complicated, but it really boils down to that simple statement. Do you understand that you always have been, are now, and always will be a spiritual entity? You've got an angel in you, and it doesn't, it's interesting information who we may have been. So ask in your dream state, walk in the dream world. Well, but shaman, what is this walking in the dream world? Well, it's just that. So, you learn how to, and some shamans have taken mushrooms, or some shamans have taken, peyote and, ayahuasca and all these other things to achieve, these altered states. But if you will practice meditating with trees and with water and with mountain and with stone and with the elements that are here, then if you feel the need, you can take that next step and, walk in that world as well. Well, but do I have to be initiated in anything? Nope. Learn as much as you can before you get to that point. Because if you understand very little before you take peyote or a mushroom or ayahuasca or something, you won't understand the visions. But when you understand at least the basics of all the things that are connected, then when you have these visions, when you walk in the dream world, then you will understand more completely how these things are tied together. Otherwise, you may be looking at a bunch of images that you will never understand. So, shaman, what should I do? Believe, 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 believe. In what? That you are, have been, and will be a spiritual being. You already belong. Your birth was your initiation. You came kicking and screaming out of some lady's hole, and here you are. Not to be disrespectful to the ladies, but ow. And for the little tiny person having to get squeezed, out between the pelvic bones, that wasn't fun for them either. I mean, so you understand what I mean. I'm not being disrespectful at all. So there's pain on both sides. And the baby's taken out of this nice place where they're swimming around and get fed all the time, and now they're outside in the cold, cruel world, and then somebody drags them to a church and baptizes them, if they're in the Catholic faith. But they're honored, and they're people throw gifts, and I can't think of the word anyway. But the idea of this, though, so what does that mean in the long run? Right now, so many folks are doubting the very simple, simplistic things of what life is all about. And in their world of trying to understand it, and back in the day, even back in the 60s when I was growing up, there wasn't a lot of stuff. I mean, we played with old bicycle tires and sticks like you see the little rascals doing. It wasn't a whole lot more different during the late 50s and early 60s. And so this idea, we made our own games. We went through people's trash and made little buggy carts and things that would fall apart and damn near kill us little kids trying to, have, these go-kart races. Honest to God, think of the Little Rascals. We were doing it. The Little Rascals was our inspiration, that the neighborhood kids could do this, right? So, but this idea now that there's these computers and the 11-year-olds are designing in 3D AutoCAD, versus me that took damn near a lifetime to be able to even get to the technological point to be able to learn how to do it. And now it's just an app on a device. So with that said, though, Um, but people are have been taken away from their spirituality. There's been a lot of discussion in a lot of different areas about what, and I was like, I have talked about this, but what the cell phones are doing, that it's distracting us. And it's not just the what the cell phone transmissions are doing, which I've discussed as well. That's one reason I won't have one. But or at least on all the time. I mean, there's enough Wi-Fi stuff coming out of this computer, And for God's sakes, if you're putting it on your lap, don't put something between you and that laptop. You're getting radiation. You're getting Just saying, put a microwave on your lap. What? And similar, not the same, but similar. It's radio waves. Okay, it's a frequency, and you're putting it right close to your body. So don't be surprised to. So, and I forgot where I was on that. But anyway, I think I've yapped for an hour and 20 minutes, and my glasses are sitting here, but I noticed that y'all are talking, but I was trying not to get off topic. But after an hour and a half, through this whole conversation, though, people are doubting their own spirituality, plain and simple. And somehow they have to be initiated into something in order to feel a part of the spiritual world. And it's like, well, if you're not a Christian and all this stuff that's going on, and the apocalypse and all this other kind of stuff, I mean, if you're not a Christian, if you're not saved by Jesus, and I'm going, be okay, but they're so limited in their thought about this, because they're limited with only the book, and they're not bringing in to the spiritual part of their religion the much bigger picture. So, but my grandmother on the Knoll side went to mass every day. My granny that I talk about, that was so sweet, and we had this connection between us. She went to church twice a year, out of guilt, and she admitted it, Christmas time, but she liked to go to church and all the things and the singing and, and at Easter, because she more or less felt guilty, but, Easter time. So, but anything in between, Granny was still Granny. She was still a spiritual person, where my grandma No was a complete and utter black bit. She had black hair, black eyebrows, and she was a witch, Oh my God, she was horrible. Tried to sell me out to through Catholic charities and take me out of the family. My pops, Arnie, he had to literally move to Florida to get away from up in Ohio, to keep me and my sister Lynn from all this commotion that Grandma Noel was creating within the family, because she didn't want us to be adopted in the family. She wanted us gone. We were a disgrace. And I was the first one. Then later on, she tried to butter us up and go, oh, here, anyway. But so, you look at the deception of people that even in your own family, your own grandmother is using you against your mother and everybody. And, after years, I thought, wow, she really is a bitch. She really and truthfully is. She'd put $2 in my pocket, and say, now don't tell your mom. Well, Mom finds $2 in my pocket, and the first thing she does is interrogate me. Where'd you get $2? Well, but Grandma told me not to tell. So Granny is setting me up to lie to my mother, because back then $2 was like 20. The pile of candy you could buy for $2 back then. But the idea, though, that in comic books, and a knee-high orange drink, but the idea, though, that they would put you up to this, they would deceive you, they would buy you into their camp. Here's $2, but don't tell your mom. Well, what am I going to do with this $2? I can't buy anything, because then she's going to want to know where I got the money from. So now she's turning me to be the deceiver, when I should just go, I think back on now and just go, Grandma gave me this $2 and she told me not to tell you. That's what I would do now, you know. But back then as a little kid, so I didn't know that Granny was setting us up to be, that she was setting us up. See, David is, he sneaks around. Well, she set me up. She gave me $2 to be quiet. Quiet about what? The fact that I have, twisted, you know. So, but then Grandma Raleigh on the other side of the coin, she was this bubbly, outgoing person, laughing all the time and trying to make the best of and every day was a good day, even though something bad might happen and this was happening and that way. But, at the end of it, it was, we can make tomorrow better. And so, what do we learn from this situation in this discussion about the two grannies, if you will? Grandma Raleigh, I don't think doubted her faith. She lived her faith, where Grandma Noel was worried every single day for the sins that she had committed and had to go to church because she doubted her faith. Grandma Raleigh was confident that that she was spiritual. She planted her flowers. She talked to the kids. She did she was a granny. Grandma Noel, on the other hand, was a wino, went to bingo all the time, and didn't give a rat's ass about her family, was all about herself, but went to mass. Why? Because she felt guilty. That's why. It wasn't because she was so pious. If she was so pious, then why'd she try to have her own grandchildren kicked out of the family? And then she lived a life of guilt, and then she set us children up, So, of the two grannies, which one, I don't even have a picture of Grandma. No, I don't have a picture. Grandma Raleigh, right over there. Her the day she was married, and also her little fishing picture. So who do I honor? I honor that grandmother that showed me that spiritual kindness and who was self-assured with her own understanding. And she didn't doubt it till the end, where Grandma Noel had to rely on the church for her, quote, spiritualism, which all of her children, my uncles used to talk about, how bad she was. And when she died, my uncle, I said, are you going to go to the funeral? And he goes, hell no. I hate that woman for what she did to us kids and what she did to you kids, speaking about me and my sister Lynn, and how Granny tried to get rid of us and all and so forth. So, they didn't like the woman. They respected her out of fear, but, as far as my uncle going to her funeral, he was like, piss on her. I'm not going. I came down here from Ohio just so I could be with the family. It's a good excuse to, get away and come down here and see y'all. He didn't say y'all, but anyway, I did because I'm in the South. But understanding this about the doubt. So for folks and we all have this free will. So, but for folks who apparently have accepted the fact that they're on this prison planet. Now, okay, so I say to people, you live on a prison planet? Are you sure? Well, yeah, I read this and I read that and this and this and that. You read it, right? What do you feel in your heart? Well, our souls get bounced off of the moon. I went through this, right? Our souls get bounced off the moon and there's a trap around it. But that's not what I asked you. I'm asking you just very simply, as a person who wants to be more spiritual, not necessarily religious, but spiritual. So, how do you think you should feel about this? Well, I don't know. All my friends say that I should be worshiping God. Oh, really? Well, yeah, you got to worship Jesus, and you got to worship the Lord, and you got to worship God, and you got to worship, and the devil, get thee behind me. Okay, that's okay. What do you believe? I believe in the Creator. What? Is there a book? No. The book is all around. The book is nature. Yeah, but you got to get baptized, right? Who's your preacher? Who do you worship? Well, as a shaman, I worship no one or no thing or no entity. I don't worship anything. Yeah, but you have these ceremonies, right? So who are you worshiping? No one. Well, you talk about the north and the south and the east and the west, the up and the down and all this crap. You don't worship anybody? Nope. So what you doing with all that tobacco and all that sage? I'm giving honor to the universe. You're what? I'm giving honor to the universe. I don't understand what you're talking about. Exactly. Are you trying to put me down? No. Are you trying to make me feel silly or stupid? Nope. You're doing fine on your own. What? That usually gets you into a fisticuff right there. But in this understanding of things, though, people, I did the same thing. We try to overcomplicate it. When honest to God, if there is a God, big G, little g, don't care, but I know there's a creator. I know there is a source energy that we're all attached to. It's not a person, it's not a place, it's not a thing. It is what it is. It exists, and we're all a part of it. Now, there are certain parts of the Bible that I believe they put some truth in there. So for those of us who have been able to kind of spot the truth between the lines, without all the rhetoric and all the climbing the mountains kind of stuff. Although I must say, climbing a mountain with the intent of having a spiritual event happen to you, like a walkabout or a dream walk. Plan on something if you wish to understand more of the universe. Plan it, and it can be with other people, but they must understand why you're doing it, and they got to be on board with you. And it's that all you want to do. There is no initiation. It's that you wish to experience a place. Maybe it's climb a mountain. Maybe it's go down in the swamp. Maybe it's to go out on the river. Maybe it's to go out in the desert. Doesn't matter. Going to pick a spot, going to go there with the intent of just meditating, relaxing, no books or nothing, maybe a notepad in case you want to write something down. Cell phone, not only for GPS or whatever, but then allow yourself to go on this journey. Permit yourself to go on this journey. Now, the only expectation you should have is that you're going to have you want to have just a relaxing time. That's all. There are no expectations. Well, there have been times, and I still do, when I say, well, I'm going to the woods to talk to God. And in that, I know what I mean. I'm going to go out in the woods and be amongst the trees and allow my spirit to clear and to commune with the nature. So, but in that's basically what you're doing. But so people, you say, well, then Hawkeye, you're going out to worship something or someone, right? Nope. I'm going to go out and I'm going to build a fire, and I'm just going to look at the universe, and I'm just going to let all the events of the days or whatever is bothering me just go away. That this is my time, and whether or not I get any special dreams or anything, I'm going with the intent that I'm going to clear myself to allow myself to have them. So you don't go with an expectation, except that you're going to do your best. If there's something for you, that you'll receive it. Now, you can do the same thing at the house, but there is the journey is important, and it will teach you that what your life is. So in life, every day's a journey. So, well, I got to go to the store. Me and Duggar got to go do this, and I went over here and did that, and blah blah blah. Okay, so that's the journey. So you say, well, I go back and forth to work. Everywhere you go is a journey of some sort, right? Which way you go, left or right or up or down, you know. So, but in that though, in the journey of life, if you make a specific journey to a place for a specific thing, to have a good time, to meditate, you know, understand that without any expectation, God's going to come talk to me. But that, you know, you're going to be aware of the universe. That's it. So, but in the journey to get there, when you get there, and then the journey home, okay? So then when you get back from all of it, a week or two later, you can look back and go, now, that was interesting. Now, let me view this whole picture. We had to get in touch with such and such. We had to get permission. We had to get this and that. You know, it was going to be raining, so we took tents or whatever it is, you know. So you go through what you did to prepare to go. And then when you get there, you realize what you forgot or what you brought that's too much. Now, I'm the one that has brought too much sometimes. And so, but then after it, you pack up and then the journey home. And then when you get home, you say, well, now I got to put this shit up, you know, whatever you took, right? Or whatever you didn't take, right? So that's part of the journey. What did you actually need? Did you take too much stuff? So you say, well, Hawkeye, what's this got to do with the spiritualness of things? Because the act of the packing up, the going, the getting there, the packing up, the coming home, unpacking again. Well, that in that you'll learn, you know, I could have done this easier, or maybe it could have been a little more simple, or maybe I just could have gotten the car and went, you know, took an extra shirt and a can of beans and an old pocket knife, and I could have got there just the same, and I wouldn't have had to take all this stuff, and I wouldn't have had, you know. So you say, well, what's the lesson in this? The idea that the journey can be so simple and that the answer is right there. All we have to do is just go. So, what we take with us, whether it's necessary or not, we believe that it is. So, in our spiritual journey, there are people who will say, hey, you need this to get where you want to go. When actually, it might be a really big and really bad detour spiritually. So you go, but wait a minute, but I understand that the spirituality thing is really kind of simple. The spirit is in each and every one of us. I am a spirit, have always been a spirit, and always will be. Law 3 kind of thing, right? I am, I was, and I will be. Wow. That almost sounds like the sign of the cross or something that a Catholic would say. You know, but wait a minute, but we're all angels, right? I consider myself an angel versus a demon, you know, hopefully. And I've seen some other folks that try to appear as angels. And oh man, me and Brian and have seen the what's underneath some of these masks. And to see some of these folks actually admitting and changing and doing, and oh boy, holy cow. So they want to initiate you into their realm. And I say, why would you sell out? Don't give up what you've already got. You already are that. So your journey in life is just to go with it. Figure it out as you go along. But if you understand that bit, I am, I was, and I will be. I came, I saw, I conquered. Yeah, Veni, Vini, Vici, right? Anyway, not quite, but that's what I think I was thinking of. But anyway, so understanding that, then what does all this other stuff mean? Maybe not as it's maybe not as important as you have thought it should be. You allowed your humanness to get involved with your spiritualness. Because when you get old, like some of us, you start realizing, and when I get together with friends my age, which are fewer and farther between now, by the way, that they realize, well, I've got all this stuff I didn't really need. And I've have all these stuff I collected, and I've got all this stuff. Now I just want to get rid of it. And I don't. Nobody wants this shit, and I got it. And what do I? What do I do with this stuff? My sister Lynn. And we're always looking around. I don't know why I kept this. And here I'm going to give. Here Dave. She gave me a bunch of stuff, and I'm thinking, no, I got it. She passed it on to me. Well, it's family pictures and stuff. She didn't want it anymore, didn't want the thing. So here, um, but she did give the caveat that she goes, if you don't want them, just throw them out because nobody else wants them. So I have these boxes of old black and white pictures of family members. Some of the people we don't even know who the hell they are, but we got them. So, and being the type of historian person thingy, I thought I was going to come up with stories, and well, who knows? I'm not dead yet. But the idea, though, that now I've got these things, and what good are they to anybody but to me? And in some of this stuff, like I said, I don't know who some of these people are in some of these older pictures, but we have them. So, so at least for the moment, they're still here, and I'm going to take care of them as much as they need. Um, but after I'm gone, then does anybody in my family? Is there anybody else that would even know what to do with them? Well, there's just a bunch of pictures there that Pops had. I don't know who these people are because they weren't my kids. My grandkids aren't around for me to go through the books with them like my granny did when I was growing up. And we'd sit on the couch and, ooh, that's Uncle, such and such, and that's Aunt, thing. Okay, fine. So, but where does this have to do with us spiritually? In those simpler times, we knew who our ancestors were. In my times now, my grandchildren don't have a clue who my ancestors were. They don't know anything at all about Granny Roll, or Grandma Noel and what kind of a bitch she was, unless they watch this video. So what I understood from Grandma and what she told me, a gross mutter, and what we learned from the old days and how things were, there was this understanding of family and traditions and things, and now it's a cell phone. So my daughter doesn't know half of the stuff that I knew, about my family and relatives and stuff. She, we talk on the phone, but we haven't had that close contact. And it's like, don't know if we ever will. And this isn't like a negative thing, but, she's chosen her life. She's made her choice. But then if something happens to me and she has not had that time that maybe well, Pop, I'm going to come see you. Okay, you're just a few hours drive. Your vehicle's a lot newer than mine. I will give you gas money here and back. But I can't drive. Well, we had something come up. Okay. Well, we had something come up. Okay. In the long run, though, is she going to regret not taking some of that opportunity to come spend time with me? Now, it won't matter because I'll be gone. But to her, and I think she's going to regret some of it. And I don't mean to push this on her, but knowing how she is, oh, I wish I'd have spent more time with such and such. And I think she's going to have that feeling when I'm gone. But anyway, not trying to, muddy the work. I swear to goodness, it's just a feeling. It's the feeling that I had with my son and my grandson, who I haven't seen since he was like 1.5 or 2. And, they won't accept any of my Facebook or, happy birthday wishes or anything. So it's like, okay. So, it's like, so what I was hoping I would be able to sit down with my grandson granddaughters and have these discussions and have time around the fires and to go talk about old things, new things and stuff. Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. So there is this disconnect. And with that, there's a disconnect, I feel, spiritually, because I still feel, even though I hated my grandma, no, I still feel a connection there. But I don't think my grandchildren have any connection to me whatsoever, even though I have reached out to them. They don't care. Me, when I was their age, man, I would go back down to Tampa any chance I got to go visit my granny. But they wouldn't come down here and visit me. I mean, have driven past the house damn near to get to Florida and wouldn't take the time to stop and spend an evening with Pops. Now, this is not a complaint, but it is an observation. So when they say, well, we didn't have the time. Okay. But you had time to do all these other things. It's okay. Don't make an excuse for you not wanting to stop. But don't make an excuse. Just say you didn't want to. That's all. But I didn't have time. Yes, you did. If you wanted to make time, you could have stopped. It ain't that far out of the way. But it's an excuse. So, but in realizing these things, that's the understanding we have to know that when the day is done, we have to rely on ourselves, on our own spiritual understanding, our own confidence within ourselves. And several years ago, I was being eaten alive by the loneliness. Well, they could have stopped, and they could have. They didn't want to. And my son could call up and, and this could. But it is what it is for this life. They have made their own choices. Now, I'm kind of stuck with in mine in that I can't drive a lot. And my truck, poor dear, she really needs some work. 278,000 miles plus. And she's still cranking and with very little, no engine work, no valve job, no. I replaced a timing belt and a couple of things, but I'm going to have to replace the starter. It's dragging, but 278,000 miles and, very little, repair work. And I've hit 3 deer that ran into me. So, but anyway, even with a smashed up front end, she's still, but, my days of depending upon that ride is coming to an end. So I got to do something. But anyway, confidence, the doubt we have with ourselves, and the fact that for many of us, because we doubt our own selves and our spirituality, there's got to be something else because everybody else is doing it. And the question still goes back to the novice, whoever the novice is. Why do you feel you should go that way? Aren't you happy knowing what you know? And with that little bit of information, do no harm. And I have been, and will be a spiritual being. Explore that with your life. Go on a journey. Use the journey as a journey. And understand that there are lessons everywhere. And sometimes it's just the journey. You rode to the beach. And there was one time my friend Marcia called me up at like 1 a.m. and she goes, "Want to go to the ocean?" And I was like, "What the hell are you talking about? It's 1 a.m. Want to go to the ocean?" "Well, what do you mean?" "I don't care. Where's the nearest place we can hit water?" And I said, "Well, we can go to Panacea, which is just almost due south of us, got to go through Tallahassee and, to get down there. But, she said, "Well, you want to go with me? I'll drive." I said, "Okay, what do you want to do?" She goes, "I just want to go to the ocean. I got a wild hair up my butt and it's the middle of the night and you want to go to the ocean." Okay. So we went down to the ocean and, and sat on the beach and not that there's not much of a beach there at Panacea, but In the Big Bend area, it's really shallow, so how the water reacts. But we were at the ocean, and the smell of the sea, the salt water and the air, and that's what she wanted. And we sat there and watched the marker buoys flash and the lights and everything, and came back home. So about a 5 hour ride back down there and back, but we went to the ocean in the middle of the night. So, um, and of all the like strange things that have happened in life, there's that one that she just called up literally and said, "Come on, let's go," and we went. We didn't take anything. We had our money, but we just went. So the journey, the ride down there, and we were talking about it one night. She goes, "Remember that time when we just rode down to Fantasy?" And I was like, "Yeah, that was crazy, wasn't it?" But I can still, in my memory of it, I can still smell the ocean down there, and I've been down there a few times, but it's not such a memory that I've been down there so much that um I can't remember the picture. It's just, has become too familiar. But, and it's been several years since I've been down there, but I can still see the general picture of the area and the lights at night, and over here on this side, over down towards Perry, and over, in St. Mark, being able to spot different places while you're on the edge of the water at night. So, but anyway, and that was a spiritual adventure. It wasn't necessarily planned that way, but you're sitting at the beach at night, and there was no moon, so there was a lot of stars out, and so, and both of us still remember that incident. So it wasn't that it was anything special between us. We just shared the journey. And so it meant something to her in her way. And even though we were still sitting in the same car, it meant something to me differently. But to both of us, it was the same car, same road, same time, basically the same journey as far as being in the vehicle, but the experience of it was personal. But we didn't have to join a club to do it. And we didn't have to be initiated to do it. It just is already there. So, do we take the time to see these little incidents in our lives as being spiritual events? Well, we just rode to the ocean in the middle of the night. That's true. But in that, there was still something about it. Still to this day for me. But to that point, though, so does it make a difference to you? If you make it a difference, if you choose to, and even though it was just a simple ride to the beach in the middle of the night, I allowed myself to be open to have going to the beach, salt air, stars, take it in, right? And allow the spirit to move you. And it did still to this day. And it's been a good 15 years or so, 10 at least, that, since that. But Marcia and I had used to do that all the time. Just, hey, you want to go? Yeah, what you got? I don't know. Let me grab a bag, and we'd be out the door, and sometimes for a weekend. And we just trust in it. Now, if I go somewhere, I got to take this and that and that and this, and I've looked at my own, how I went from needing nothing to damn near taking the kitchen sink. Well, I've gotten stuck a few times, and with that said, sometimes I take a little extra, but I at that same time though, there was a friend of mine who was complaining that I had taken too much, but then when we got there, a thunderstorm came up, and those tarps and that extra uh, rope and stuff that I took, she looked at me and said, "I'm really glad you brought that," and I'm sorry I bitched about it. Well, thank you, but confidence. Let's give each other confidence. If someone tries to convince you that there's a better road than the one you already got, if it requires being initiated, be forewarned, the universe has spoken to you. You're already a part of the group. Just understand it. What am I supposed to do in life? Follow the one rule and be kind to people, you know? And what do you like to do? Well, I don't know. Well, then go find out. Well, I'll do this for a few years. Okay. Well, I plan on being a millionaire. Why? Well, because, I want to be, I want a big house. Why? Well, because I think it'd be cool. Well, okay. You wouldn't settle for this? Well, no, I want to be a millionaire. Well, then go for it. But are you going to hurt anybody along the way? Now, there's those folks who have made $1 million and quite frankly, they did it without, harming many people. Somebody's going to get hurt along the way, you could bet. But there are those who will trample you, and then those that'll just kind of forget you're there. But anyway, so in all this, my dear friends, please be careful. Please be aware the deceivers are out there in full force. And they are going to try to make you feel guilty because, you've been my loyal friend all this time. I mean, like my grandma, no. Well, I'm your grandmother. Yeah, and I should have said, yeah, you're a bitch. Let me slap you one time. When we say, oh, but loyalty and our respect, and we don't want to feel guilty, and we still want to feel part of the group, and don't want to disappoint grandma. When actually we should go, turn around and run from granny. You know what I'm saying? At least my grandma no. Turn around and run. If you saw her and whatever, you would scream. It was a horror. I ain't lying. And the older she got, she just kind of scowled all the time. It was horrible. Where my grandma no was always laughing and being cheerful, different as day and night. But anyway, regardless of your religion, regardless of how you were brought up, regardless of whatever you've learned up to this point, when you finally reach the end of this journey, you're going to go, now, excuse my French, you're going to go, oh, fuck, it really was that simple. But by then, you will have already, but you're going to look and go, oh, fuck, it was that easy. But I say it'll be too late because if you start now and allow yourself to accumulate the knowledge and the joy, there's there in the way I grew up, everything had to be a penance. Everything had to be a sacrifice, and everything had to be, Jesus won't love you unless you're suffering, and that God of vengeance in the Bible, I don't like that guy. And if you guys want to worship him, y'all go right ahead. But I don't worship anything. I give honor and praise and thank you to the universe and to all those, grandmothers and grandfathers before us of all nations and of everybody, of all the grandmothers. See, that's just it. It ain't just mine. It's your grandmothers and grandfathers that brought us here to this. So in honor of them, I'm going to try to be an honorable person. That's tough, Well, what else is there? What do I have to study? That's it. Contemplate that, and it'll take you a lifetime. And now, speaking to me about me personally, I gave up trying to figure out, well, I think I understand now. Yeah. And then something else will come along and I go, wow, that just put another level on that understanding. I understood it before and it didn't change my point of view, but holy crap. It's like, for example, the gods, it was somebody flew over in an airplane out in the outback and threw a bottle out of an airplane and hit this this native, so the gods must be, I can't remember the name of it, but anyway, it's really interesting where he carries around this bottle and tries to find the origin of it, and it was an airplane. It was a guy in an airplane that threw a bottle out. So in this understanding of our planet, there is basically, and we got to understand this, having nothing to do with religion, having nothing to do with your spirituality, because the fact that aliens exist does not change the basic factor that we're all spiritual beings, now, before, and after. But aliens, yeah, so, but what about, and they lied to us about God. Yeah, what else is new? Come on now. They've been lying to us for the last, 3, 4, 5,000 years and trying to get us to worship everything, when actually that's like right out the window there. We should not worship anything, nothing. What about the supreme beings? Well, you mean God? Well, the supreme beings. Wait a minute. I thought, what about God? Well, but then there were the supreme beings too. Oh, I don't know. Different category maybe. But should we worship anything? And the answer is no. But we should always be respectful to whatever creator you believe in. And so, in my heaven, uh, the pearly gates and all the gold and all that, that's just the rich person's idea of heaven, and is a gated community in the universe. And once you go to that heaven, that's the prison, okay, in my humble opinion, because you're going to sit around with the angels and have a good time. In my heaven, it's the golden gates and the pearly things and that gated community there, and the rest of the universe. So it's like, why would I go to this place when there's the rest of the universe to explore? And being an explorer myself and an adventurer, going in the swamp and all, which me and the dog we need to go. But that in that adventure of the soul, why would you just want to go to that one place? And why, if we've lived a life that's at least decent, do we need to check in with somebody as to whether or not we're going to get in or not? As soon as I die, I'm going to be there. No, you're going to go to purgatory. Well, you're going to go to hell, and you're going to go to this place. And how do you freaking know? You read it out of a book that's, folks have been poking holes in. And the fact is that whoever they are, the God or whatever they claim to be, that have trying to keep us on this path of religion, when we must suffer all the time, where we must give up our energy and worship these entities. We should worship God on our hands and knees. We should worship Jesus at the foot of the cross. Okay. In my world, my creator says, get up off the dirt there, unless you're planting something. And if I created you, why would I want to torture you? I created nature, and nature takes care of itself. And if you get struck by lightning, oh well, but I don't have time to hang around to whether or not you're doing good or bad to shoot you with lightning. So, but if you want to blame it on me, well then, but I got bigger and better things to do than to come by and shoot lightning and to be this ugly, nasty, God that y'all talk about, this vengeful person in this book y'all call a Bible. My creator goes, sorry, not me. You must be talking about some other God, because Creator says, I just wouldn't do that to my creations. Now, there are parents who, you know, um, torture, maim, and kill their own children. And, there are many in the animal kingdom who will eat their young. But this idea, though, that I think that's more of a mindset than like, a regular moral um, accepted attitude. Well, come on, let's all eat our children when they're born. I don't know. They're kind of small and they look plump and tasty. They've been fed real well, intravenously kind of thing. They got all them secretions in them. Tasty, right? So, but in our faith in ourselves, can you believe in them simple fact? I am a shaman in training, as I think all of you are. And I believe that you all are. And that the advice of the universe is that, you are already a part of it. That simple statement. But, nope, you already are. But I got to join these folks. They want to initiate me. Okay, are you sure? That can put a mark upon you, and that can mean that you're not going to be able to follow through on what's already there. Well, what do you mean I can't follow through, Hawkeye? Well, what I mean is if you choose to follow this over here, then you're giving up your right as to who you already are. What? Yeah, you already are a spiritual being. If you give it to anything else, you've given up your own right to who you already are. But that sounds so simple, Hawkeye. It is. The hard part is to understand it. That's what life is about. That's the joy of sailing or surfing or mountain climbing or sewing or maybe watching a darn football game, the Eagles against the Falcons. Who knows? That might give you that spiritual pleasure. You can jump up and down and holler. Okay. Here's the thing, though. If you feel, though, that in order to be spiritual, you somehow have to join a club. Well, you, my friends, we're already a part of the League of Like-Minded Beings. And I say cosmic hugs, everybody. And let's move on. And I'm hoping that for those who need to hear this, will understand it. And for those folks who are like, well, Hawkeye, you don't ever talk enough about, what would a shaman say? What did a shaman say to you kind of thing? Or, what about this? And it's like, so these are questions that I would ask. And these are questions I have asked the shamans. So in this tit for tat and back and forth, these are questions that I posed and some more. But in understanding what my journey is, well, where do you want to go with your journey? Well, I want to learn herbs and medicines and things. Okay. Why? Well, I want to stay healthy, but if somebody gets sick, I want to be able to help them too. Okay. That's a positive thing, right? And do you wish to make any money off of it? Well, not really, but if I made a few bucks, that'd be okay. But no, not really. I'm not thinking money. So my point to that is inside you have this feeling that you would like to do this. Okay. So spiritually and as a shaman, you would say very simply, so if I want to do this particular thing, what is my intention? What's my motive? Well, my original motive is to learn something. I want to learn about plants. I want to learn the biology enough to be able to make a simple salve or to make a tincture or something. What the hell is a tincture, right? and what works and what, so I want to learn these things. Why? Because I might need that knowledge at some point. Good answer. Good answer. Great answer. I might need that knowledge in the future. Now, okay, so the next sort of follow up question is, so do you foresee something in the future where this might be necessary? Well, you go, yeah, well, I'd like to make a salve and send it to my relatives, for burns or whatever. I just think it would be cool. And, okay. So money isn't motivating you. So what's motivating you is spiritual. What? What's motivating you to think these way is your spirit. So you've already like, well, I'd like to work with this. Why? Well, some people want to be a carpenter. Well, why do you want to be a carpenter? I love working with wood. And I love the idea of making something for somebody, like building a house, and people will move into it and they'll appreciate my craftsmanship. Ain't nothing wrong with that, you know. So, but now it's not necessarily as bold or whatever as working with plants or medicinals, but it's still honorable, right? So you want to be a plumber. Okay, why? Well, people need plumbers, the toilets get backed up and new construction, and I just think it's important. And my granddaddy was a plumber, and okay. So there are trades of all different kinds, and there is honor in each of those trades. There are journeys in each one of those trades, and pick a trade. But now there's stuff on the internet, and I'm I will warn you again, but there are things on the internet that get created. But in that creation, once the computer is shut, once the phone line is disconnected, once the battery goes down, it ceases to exist. And I've created hundreds, if not thousands, of drawings. And I've talked about this before. We learned one time at Prestolite that they backed up the system every night, right? Something happened to the backup, and so when they rebooted the next day, all of our information, we lost an entire day's worth of work. So when they restored the system, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of documents. There were 700 people that worked there. And so that between us, there were documents and things they just didn't exist. And we had to all go back in and do, but the idea though, that everybody started making copies. So we had extra copies of shit laying around, but if the computer died, we had a paper copy. So we could make copies of it and pass it around and re-enter the data into the computer. So now with cell phones and things, the warning is very simple. Those things that are created now, unless they're printed out, can be gone in an instant. They actually do not exist. So people who are discussing being a part of the matrix, you draw something, you create a picture, you do this wonderful art, unless you print it out, it does not exist. It is a figment of our imaginations. Why? Because if the data ever gets lost, it never existed. It was just a memory. It was just out there on the cloud. It was out there in the Ethernet. You draw it on a piece of paper, you paint it, you write it, you do whatever. You build a house, you plumb a house, it's there. So the things that are being created now in this matrix of things, we love you, Bob, but will cease to exist in an instant if anything ever goes kaput. And I don't mean grand things, but I mean just what happened in the plant that day when we lost that one day's backup. Oh my God, the confusion and the heartache and the money and oh my God. So, but to the point though, it's like it never existed. But I drew it. I know you did, but we don't have it. Did you make a copy? No. Why didn't you print it? I don't know. I just saved it. And but did you? So then we started saving things that we did that day on our own hard drive and not on the network. So, but the thing is, though, if that network went down for any reason, then what we created simply didn't exist. But people are not aware of that right now because everything is being created out there. Do you have a copy? No. Do you have a print? No. Do you have proof? No. Well, it's on this app right here. Yeah, but my battery's down. I can't show it to you. Did you print it? Could you print? Well, why print it? I got it on my phone. Yeah, but your phone goes down the toilet, literally dropped it in the men's room, and holy shit, I ain't getting it. The phone's dead. Where's your pictures? Well, did you print them? No. Did you do that? No. Did you? No. Then what have you got? A wet, dead phone. And the true reality of things is we need to pay attention to this. So we're being asked to participate in things that could literally just be gone, literally in an instant. Like our network server that went down. And God, we a bunch of people learned a lesson that day, let me tell you. And to this computer that got water on it here a couple of months back, there are pictures and stuff that were on that tiny little hard drive I hadn't backed up. Guess what? It's gone, bye bye. Well, nothing will happen. Rainstorm came, hit the computer. Next thing I know, the data, oh, well, there wasn't much on it. But what was on it, I wished I had. I don't have it now. So did it exist? Yeah. Did I print it out? No. Does it exist now? Nah. So it's like it never existed. What do we do with that information? We stick with things that are real. Now, not that we can't play online or whatever, but the games that people play and the high scores that they get, what do you get at the end of the day with all that energy and stuff that you put forth? Nothing. It's just digits. It's just nothing. Now, if you were sitting around a campfire and whittling, you could maybe learn how to nap flint. I cleaning up around here today. I found this piece of flint. Can you all see that? Pretty good. It's sort of like a really rough napping of like a spearhead. Okay. And I found this in rock collecting and all. And, you can tell that it has been napped. And you say, well, what does napping mean? Because of these little curvatures right along here. That's not natural. And especially on this edge. And flint, so you say, well, what good does that do me? Well, you never know. I mean, if you knew how to do this ancient tradition, there are people who sell, they sit around the house and watch a movie and they can make these things, and they actually have something at the end of the day. Well, I worked on the computer and we did this and that and this and that. Where is it? Well, it's on the computer. Does it go anywhere? No. Can you hold it? Well, you can hold the computer, but and now this is just an example, don't mean you should all go out and learn flint napping, but to the point, at the end of the day, you work on something like this. What do you get at the end of the day? This. And at the end of 2 or 3 years, depending on what you're doing, you still have this. You create something on the computer and when you shut the computer, it no longer exists. That's part of the matrix that people are being led into. And they're losing their spirituality. They're doubting themselves. Why? Because they have nothing at the end of the day to hold in their hand. There's nothing concrete that they can go, this is what I did today. Now, I'm not talking about 3D printing and stuff. No, 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 no. But I mean, there are people who push numbers, who work with, digital data. I mean, and CAD drawings. A lot of stuff is on computers. And it was my job as the engineer, and where my job was in the plant, I was the last person in line to accept them into the network. So I made copies of them. They were all documented. Everything had to be stamped and sealed, and literally stamped and sealed. So and we had to have, in the books, we had to have this and that. So, but nothing went up onto the network unless all these particulars were checked and made sure they were right. It was available, but it was technically not a part of the system. Okay. It had to be initiated. We had to file and do the final paperwork to initiate the change plant wide. Initiate. Okay. So, in this idea, what does initiate mean? Look at your own world and ask yourself a simple question. Do I really need this? Do I really want this? And why? I mean, why? Well, because everybody else, no, okay, everybody else is doing it. Why do you want to do it? Well, they tell me that it'll make me more spiritual or something. What's wrong with your spirituality now? Well, I just don't feel blah, blah, blah. You don't feel confident. You doubt what you already know. Well, I could be a god or a goddess and could be this or that, and I might be Palladian, and okay. Well, let's just talk about you for a second. Do you get that you're a spiritual being? Yeah. Well, I'm going to the fifth dimension. Well, see ya. What do you mean? Well, I'm moving on to the fifth dimension. I'll see you tomorrow. No, you won't. Well, yeah, I'm going to do this thing and I'm going to be in the fifth dimension. Well, then if you go to the fifth dimension, I won't be able to see you. Well, I did this thing. They're going to tell me I'm going to be where I'm moving up to the fifth dimension. Okay. I'm going to say my goodbyes now. No, I'll be here tomorrow. If you're going to the fifth dimension, I won't see you. What do you mean? Because, well, I'm in the third dimension and you say you're going to the fifth. You're going to skip fourth? Yep. Going straight to fifth. Oh, okay. Bravo. Good for you. Going straight to fifth dimension, right? And you're going to see me tomorrow. Right. Okay. Well, but I don't think I'm going to be able to see you. Okay. What you talking about? Well, if you're going to be in the fifth dimension, I can't see the fifth dimension. You could see me, but I'm not going to be able to interact with you because you're going to be in the fifth dimension. Pay attention. You just told me. Yeah, but I'll still be able to interact with you. Well, then you're not going to the fifth dimension. Well, yeah, I am. No, you're not. Well, yes, I am. I'm going to do this thing. I'm going to be initiated and I'm going to be in the fifth dimension. They told me. They told you? Yeah, they did it. They're in the fifth dimension now. Really? And you can see them and hear them and talk to them? Yeah. Well, then they're not in the fifth dimension. Huh? You guess you don't understand about dimensionalities and things. You and I would not be able to interact together if you're in the fifth and I'm in the third. This ain't going to work. No. But yes, it will. No. You go to the fifth and I'm still here. I ain't going to be able to see you. You could look back and see me, but this ain't going to work. Oh, yes, it will. Yes, it will. Okay. Talk to you tomorrow. But in this understanding of realities, though, people figure they're going to skip the fourth. We've talked about that before. If you don't want to miss the fourth grade, the fourth dimension, we need practice in the fourth dimension. We want the fourth dimension fool. You know, I'm thinking, so listen here, fool. You can't skip a grade. No, fool. You need to, So it's like, for example, you're going to become a paratrooper. You're going to become a skydiver. You go, yeah, that sounds great, man. Okay, get in the airplane. What do you mean? Well, get in the airplane. Well, yeah, we're going to. No, 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 get in the airplane. You're going to the fifth dimension. Well, ain't you going to? No, we're going to strap a parachute on your ass and tow you out the airplane. There, bye. But babe, you're not going to show me how to like land or open the chute. Oh, no, 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 no. You're going on to the fifth dimension. You know what you're going to do. Get in the airplane. Yeah, we want to go to the fourth dimension. You know what I'm saying? We really do. We want to learn how to go to jump school, In so many ways, we need to learn how to go to jump school. But anyway, so I I guess I'd been very rude in that I didn't want to put my glasses on and try to follow y'all. But see, Teresa, 2.5 hours. I'm looking at the clock going, holy shit, how did I manage to get here? But anyway, I can charge my tablet with a solar battery charger. Yep. Yeah, no skipping. Um, hey, Dark Truth. Is be mine. Hey, Michelle. Natural progression. We crawl before we walk. And some of us can learn how to walk really quick. And there's nothing wrong with that. But we don't skip a grade, you know. Uh, let's see. Oops. Trying to scroll back up. Um, well, it's like, for example, about this thing with, a tablet or whatever. When I tell folks that I created these drawings of all these machines and how many parts and in them and everything, and go, well, do you have any? Well, no, my computer went down and I lost all the copies. Well, do you have any proof of what you did? Yes. Really? Yeah. Why? Because I printed out copies and I actually have proof with my name on the drawings and the dates and so forth of when I did this drawing and who I was working for, and etc. And oh, really? Yeah, because I found out the value of having these drawings. So if somebody says, "Well, I can't," I can show you these drawings, but I can't give them to you because they're proprietary. Besides, you probably wouldn't know what to do with it anyway. But that's not the point. So, in that I created the drawing, it does belong to someone else. In that, if somebody tried to make it or something like that. But anyway, proprietary information, but I can still show the drawing to prove that, yes, I actually did work there. Yes, I actually did these types of drawings. Yes, I have a bunch of them to prove that my claim. But could I transfer drawings from my computer to yours? No, because sort of in the possession of it, I must maintain the proprietary knowledge. It's sort of a copyright thing in a way. So I can show it to you. Can't give you a copy, but I can prove that I did do those things. So, and because I got a hard copy. Now, if you was to say, well, no, I don't have them on my computer because the computer I had at that time when I was working, lightning struck the house and I lost it. So, but I have hard copies. So yes, I still have proof. Um, yeah, I used to be able to put whole sections of detailed drawings, on a CD, before they came out with DVDs. We could put them on a CD. Maverick says, if it's real important, write it out by hand. Creates a muscle memory in your DNA. Even if you lose the paper, you can recall it. You can recall it a lot easier. I absolutely agree with you. Oh, Maverick says, take the hard drive out if you can get that info back. Yeah, my computer guru guy that used to help me with that thing won't speak to me anymore. But anyway, so um, the thing is what it proved to me was back up your data, Dave. I've got a portable hard drive here that does not stay plugged in, and shame on me for not doing a normal backup. You know, that would have been the answer. But thank you, Maverick. I understand. Is be mine that what initiation is there? We got like feathers. Yep. Whoa, Nelly, you're right. The spirit is the ultimate motivator, the best motivator. Yep. Yeah, Teresa says we did not require initiation to connect with Brian's soul tribe. We gathered together to learn and to grow together. Yep. And some folks are going to grow on their own off to the side too. We have to accept that. But remember, in many things that Brian and I discussed, bless his heart, was the idea that, somebody, we're on this red road, the Native American, as the Native Americans say. And, I consider it a clay road down here in Georgia because it's very appropriate. In the dry season, it gets dusty. When it rains a lot, it gets muddy. And sometimes it's just pleasant. But if you go down, if you're on this idea that you're on the red road, and folks just seem to have gotten stuck. And I don't know if I actually, in my observation and what my angel folks are saying, is that people have lost their faith in themselves. And I don't mean, as far as, they lost their faith in being human beings too, because of the lockdown and all this other stuff too. So a lot of paradigms are changing, which does affect the spirit. And so we got to keep our spirit strong regardless of all the angel messages and my meditations and musings and whatever. They just, and I just keep going, yeah, they got to have faith in yourself. It isn't about a God. Whether or not you believe in creator at this point doesn't really matter. If you don't believe enough in yourself, creator or God ain't going to do you a flipping bit of good. It isn't. Well, but there's this God out there, and if I say these things, I'm going to become a part of the group. And yeah, but you don't even believe in yourself. Well, what do you mean? Well, but if you believed in yourself, so you think this is going to do it for you, do you? Well, I don't know. I'm at wit's end. Are you at wit's end, or are you just having some trial and error moments right now, and you don't believe your own spiritual self? You're trusting someone else to be spiritual for you. Think about that one for a minute. Somebody else is got the spiritual yakety yak, and you're going, well, that sounds pretty good. And what do I got to do? I got to recite some stuff, and then I got to do you. Then I'll be initiated. Okay. In my realm, in my world, you're already there. Just pay attention. That's what life is. Pay attention. Have fun. Yes, sometimes we got to do, I've had to clean out sewers and I've had to clean out shit, and had it on me and yuck. But but at the same time though, once I uh, had to deal with the crap, I went and washed off really good, and that was that. That was that. Now I still have that memory of having to stick my arm down in this mess, but to the point, that's that. It was over. It was an experience, yes, and I will never forget it. Oh my God. But to the point though, did it, got through it, washed off, it's over. Well, I just don't know if I could do it. Well, okay. I didn't know I could do it either, but I just, sucked it up and did it and made 40 bucks, for 10 minutes work. That's great. But I had to stick my arm down in the septic tank full of shit, okay. So we do what we do. But it had to be done. There was the sump pump that was stuck at the bottom when we couldn't get it out. And the only way to do it was to reach down in there and get it out. So, but anyway, um, but they paid for it. Um, so in life, sometimes we get these tasks that are that crappy, and we can just ignore them, forget them, or we can do them and go, well, I learned from that experience. Keep a towel and some, some uh, dish soap in the truck so I can wash off right away in case something like that comes out. Um, um, love you too, Michelle. I only trust my own spiritual acumen. Teresa, yeah, we definitely need a group card read tonight. Oh, group card. Okay. Holler at me then. All right. I was thinking about it earlier, and here it's been 2.5 hours. And so I know I've been yakking on, but the information that I have shared with you all are observations and things from my own past and things from my discussions with shamans, um, and that if you don't take these things into consideration and your spirituality, you will have a much more difficult time in understanding what the true spirituality of things is. And well, who are you to talk about it? Well, because I have observed my two grandmothers, one who was a stout Catholic, went to mass every day, and who was a mean woman till she died. My other granny, pure of heart, no religion, and she literally glowed before she died. I mean, she glowed. It was beautiful to see her make the transition and the differences between them. And other people, I mean, my adopted mother, she, there was a darkness in her that was horrible when she passed. And her spiritualness sucked. I'm sorry, it is the fact. And I'm shuffling cards, y'all. I know somebody back there. Two decks in a book. I got the expanded. Week. Mavericks. All right, we're going to hit 3 hours. Yeah. I was talking to Teresa earlier today, and I thought I said, I can get onto the subject and be so whatever with the subject. And I mean, I'm listening. There's a conversation going on up yonder. And so I've got what I want to say, but they've got this other influence coming in. So it seems like 20 minutes to me, and it's been an hour and a half. So, but anyway, thank you. it beat three mind. Yeah. It's not that I'm going for it. It's this, well, I'm here and we're chatting, and, and you all have the option of course, I could go, hey, bye, y'all, click. But because you have stuck it out with me, of course, I'm going to do a reading. And thank you all for participating always. My intentions are never to go on and on about stuff. But in the story of the shaman of the novice, though, ask these questions. But at the same time, it's like that the Chinese guy and talking to the, wax on, wax off. Um, the idea that, it's so very simple. It's so complicated, but it's simple. There's one rule: do no harm. Well, what about this law? It's covered. Well, what about that one? It's covered. The only one that isn't covered in the Ten Commandments is being subservient to God in that one rule. So whoever put in them 10 commandments made sure they covered their bases with the God part. You know what I'm saying? You shall have no other false gods before me. Well, what if you're the false god? Just saying. So, but you're the guy. Yep, you can't have any others besides me. We're going to make that perfectly clear. So if you believe in anything but me, you're right. That's that, ooh, all in loving God, ain't it right? But if you believe in anybody else, no, you get thee behind me. You ain't coming, you ain't going. Sorry, but you're not part of the group. But what about the Group W bench? Alice's Restaurant, Group W bench. Okay, so now, my dear friends, you're welcome. Is be mine. You wish I'd do a 7-hour stream. Holy crap. Who said that? Michelle? Mr. Miyagi. That's right. And I appreciate y'all hanging out too. Yeah, sometimes. And Michelle, and you've been around for a long time too, as some folks are newbies here. But with that said, though, I have literally been woken out of my sleep and sat here to have a little coffee and smoke a cigarette and maybe take my pills. And they go, get online. And I look up to the skies and go, you want me to do what? Well, it's 4 a.m. Somebody needs you. And my answer was like, it used to be bullshit. No, get online. Bullshit. Well, that was years ago, and I don't do that anymore. In fact, there are times when, and you've heard me say it, they made me get on here, and whoever you are, whatever you need, I'm here. Okay. And for whatever it is that it's necessary. So someone was talking with me the other day, and I go, you talk for 3 hours. I can't put up with that. And I go, I know we've been friends for a long time, but there are folks who stay with me the whole time. I don't know why they do it. You have to ask them. Well, why do they hang out with you? Ask them. Get in the chat sometime when you're lurking in the background. You ask them, why do you hang out with Dave? This is a 3-hour video. Why are you still here? Ask them. I can't answer that for you. And that's what I was telling her. And she was like, well, I'm puzzled. So am I. I love you all to death. I do. But to the point of, somebody asking me, well, why do these people hang out with you? You have to ask them. You do. I mean, but I don't see, then it's not your place to see it then. If you don't understand it, okie dokie, it's okay. We love you, and, it's not, whether or not, but whatever it is that is going on between us is going on between us. And I'm glad and happy and humbled that I have all these wonderful friends out there. And, I'm shuffling the cards again. Something said, nope, you didn't get it right that time. So anyway, but so here we are with that. Mossy Man, Fox Rodriguez. Yeah, and you don't have to chime in. Sarah, good, been listening. Thank you. And honestly, I do. I love y'all. I do. Now, I'm going to offer up a cigarette because I've been talking for 2.5 hours, almost 3, and haven't smoked a cigarette or had much coffee, so I'm going to take a short break. And while I'm breaking, though, I want you all. Can you email me, or were you talking to me? Anyway, yeah, my email's out there, Mossy Man. If you were talking to me about that. Now there are some days, and it's probably been a couple of days that I haven't done email. I haven't checked my email. And there are times when my brain just can't go there. And forgive me, but I just can't go there. I wasn't going to open up the computer today. Dark Truth, how are you? For years I've been in the background. Yep, I've seen you hanging around. The smoking lamp is lit, Hawkeye. Smoke if you got them, right? But anyway, so with that, whoever said earlier about to do a group card reading. Okay. So I want y'all to like talk amongst yourself for a moment, but then in that, in the next minute or so, if somebody out there really needs an answer about something, I want to say sort of raise your hand, but raise your hand spiritually. Okay. Now I'm not going to try to figure out who you are, but if it's just if y'all just sort of agree that okay, let's see what cards come out for us, that's okay. All right. But and maybe there's a particular card that somebody needs. All right. Now you know me, this is only my fifth or sixth time. I don't know. Actually, I haven't counted. I guess it's been more than that. But I still feel like I'm learning this, and anyway, I want to do it right and give it, of course, I do give it honor. I do not take this lightly. It isn't a joke to me. Um, Fox says that Dante video re-uploaded tipped me off to your channel. Thank you, Fox. And, you know, there are a lot of people that just say, that Dante is just, hooey and hokey and whatever. But when he took my video and reposted it on his, it gave me a validation to myself about the things that I understand, with the church and just a lot of stuff. And there have been times when I go outside and literally lay down on the ground and just say thank you. All I've ever asked is to do it right. And if there's a mistake in there, I want to know. I'm always asking, if I say something wrong, y'all, and boy, I have been chastised for making little white lies. Ooh, in the past. Ooh. Let me tell you. And I have fixed them back in the day. But to the point though, can't even stretch it. I get my ass kicked, Hi, Gerald. How are you? Mossy Man, I am going to do some shows again. Our show goes live Friday. Teresa. I encourage you all to follow your own heart in that, and follow your spiritual message. I went kicking and screaming into the night, as it were. And as many of you know that have followed me for a while, I say I didn't volunteer for this, but in the grand scheme of things, I did volunteer for this. And I'm grateful that you all are here. So I'm sitting here smoking this and hoping that y'all are thinking about whatever we need to hear. So collectively, let's all put our thoughts together and say, okay, if someone within our group tonight needs a card, may our intentions show us the card tonight. Okay. The other thing is, as a group, then um, give us a card that will continue to improve our spiritual guidance. So I'm saying a little prayer here, and I'm saying I'm making it up as I in that my prayer is sincere and very simple. So when you ask prayers to the universe, understand that you know that when you put those things out there, depending on how good they are, or I guess how important, there are some people who place their importance above other people. And it's like, well, I can do this thing and I can do that. And I'm blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. I just do the best I can. That's always my promise. After these last few weeks, I could use a card. Okay. I do pray that each and every one of you is doing better. And there's some craziness going on. We just gotta stay strong inside. So, all right. So I got the cards. I thought I had them shuffled, then I had to shuffle them again. I'm making the most out of this cigarette, but I also offer this tobacco. That I may give a good reading for those who need it. I was so proud yesterday when the ladies came, when they visit me once a month, that they had noticed how much cleaning I had done. I was really proud of that. You know, I'm proud for myself that I'm finally cleaning up some things that really I've been ignoring, and shame on me. But the fact that it was so noticeable, that was just really good. Okay, so now I got them split, and something's in this pile. Okay, they're asking me to pull the top card. Ooh, ant, and it's upside down. So, but there's another card in here. Ant upside down is one. And I can feel it. No, it's not down here. I'm feeling different cards, and I got the cards split up. And I'm just feeling with my fingers, and and I can't explain it. There's just a feeling like, no, there's nothing on these cards, but these remaining cards I have in my hand here, feels like there's a couple in here, but this one keeps coming up. So I'm going to flip this one. And it's otter face up. But they say that there's another card in here somebody needs. And it's a toss up between these two. Okay. So the other cards get put away. I don't believe I pulled the otter card. Why I otter? Yeah, I otter smack you. Okay. Ooh, and the next one is horse. Up. And I pulled this other card and I wasn't sure. And it's the weasel. Interesting. So let's go with ant first. It's number 32 in the book. And weasel's number 33, which was the last card I pulled. Interesting. Ant is patience. I don't know, there's 44 cards in this. Oh, tiny ant, your patience grows like the sands of time. Can I learn to be like you, or is it too sublime? Ant can carry a leaf over hundreds of miles just to get it back to the anthill. Ants in Africa will strip a forest bare when food is scarce, if it takes them a year. Ants' medicine is the strategy of patience. Ant is a builder like beaver, is aggressive like badger, has stamina like elk, scrutiny like mouse, and giveaway like turkey. Every ant in an anthill is a part of the ant group mind, as all the ants work for the queen ant and the hive. Self sacrifice is a part of the ant medicine. Greater than ants' other medicine, however, is patience. And, and people are active, community minded folks who see greater future needs of their own. Ant people are planners, like squirrel, and are content to see their dreams being built a little at a time. In today's society, that is a rare quality. So, with our spirituality, some folks want to go to the fifth dimension and skip everything. You know, we have to be patient with this. In the desert, one type of ant will bear, that's actually not true. Patience does have its rewards, and people have a knowing about the sweet victory at the end of the line. There's never a concern about going without if they are late for the opening of a sale. If what they want is sold out, they are sure that something equal or better is available. If you have ant medicine, you eat slowly and deliberately and are content in knowing that what is yours will come to you. This knowing is good medicine. It shows a trust in the universe to provide. If ant meandered into your spread today, it is time to show a little trust and patience in some life situations. You may have forgotten that you will always receive that which you need at the time you need it most. If it is not on the horizon or just around the next anthill, you may need to use some strategy. How can you put to use your power of creation until it, in parentheses, arise? Whatever it means to you at the time. Now, contrary, it says, watch out. Here comes the sting. If you are in a hurry, if you are in a hurry, you may fall prey to those who are not working for the good of the whole of humanity. Let me read that part again. You may fall prey to those who are not working for the good of the whole of humanity. Warning, warning, warning. These individuals who make greed a way of life prey on the fear and urgency of those who have forgotten natural and tribal law. It's easy money. If this warning applies to you, become aware of users and con artists. I've been warning you all about that. In the contrary position, Ant also teaches you to trust natural law. If you do, harmony always follows. Your silly impatience will bring Coyote to aid you in sabotaging your plans for the future. If you allow your panic to outweigh your rational sensibilities, the key here is to honor the will of the Great Spirit so that mountains are not made out of anthills. So, my underlying message, if you are in a hurry, you may fall prey to those who are not working for the good of the whole of humanity. I can't state that any clearer. Number 35, horse. No, I'm going to read otter next. Number 8. Woman medicine. Okay, ladies, Otter, so playful, coquettes by the stream, the medicine of woman, the realized dream. Woman medicine. The medicine held by Otter is a set of lessons in female energy. This applies to both men and women, as all of us have female sides. The otter hide is very often used to make medicine bags for powerful women because it represents balanced female energy. Otter is very caring of its young and will play for hours, performing all types of acrobats. If it lives on land but always has its home near water. I've got otters around here. The elements of earth and water are the female elements. At home in both of these elements, otter is the personification of femininity, long, sleek, and graceful. Otter is the true coquette of the animal world. Otter is always on the move and is very curious. Unlike other animals, otter will not start a fight unless it is attacked first. This joyful little creature is the adventuresome and assumes that all other creatures are friendly until proven otherwise. These character traits are the beauty of a balanced female side, the side of ourselves that creates a space for others to enter our lives without preconception or suspicions. Otter teaches us that balanced female energy is not jealous or catty. It is sisterhood, y'all. Content to enjoy and share the good fortune of others. Anchored in the understanding that all accomplishments are worthwhile for the whole tribe. Otter people express joy for others. Long ago in tribal law, if a woman were widowed, her sister would offer her own husband to the widow as a lover to keep her from drying up and not using her creative urges. This is otter medicine. Envy or the fear of being replaced has no space in otter's balanced understanding of sharing goodness. Woman energy without games or control is a beautiful experience. It is the freeness of love without jealousy. It is the joy of loving other people's children and their accomplishments as much as you love your own. It may be time to examine your feelings about sharing the bounty of your life with others. Otter may be saying that the finer qualities of woman need to be striven for in both men and women, so that a unity of spirit can be achieved. This would involve the destruction of jealousy and of all the acts of anger which stem from that fear. It would mean keeping it would mean keeping a hawkeye on your ego and maintaining total trust. It would mean a world full of people coming together to honor the right of each person to live and to be. If you have drawn this symbol, Otter may be telling you to become the playful child and to simply allow things to unfold in your life. It may be time to stop your addiction to worrying. Otter also teaches the importance of not hanging onto material things that would bind you or to become a burden. In looking at how you can learn from Otter's habits, you might look at the joyousness of the receptive side of your nature. Have you given yourself a gift recently? Have you received any messages in your meditations? Become otter and move gently into the river of life. Flow with the waters of the universe. That is the way of the balanced female receptive energy. Honor it. In doing so, you will discover the power of a woman. Now, that's interesting, and some of the things that it said in there. So, that one seems to hit pretty well. Um, I dropped the other card. All right, where did it go? Okay, horses next. Number 35. Where did, oh, I see the card. Okay. Now, horse, I have pulled the horse card before, and there's a lot of information, I think, in the horse card. And I think this card is meant for someone, but I'm just saying that because they asked me to. Number 35, horse, power. Mighty horse, power to run across the open plains, or to bring the vision of the shields dancing in purple dream rain. Stealing horses is stealing power was a statement made frequently in historical Native America, and a reference to the esteemed role which horse played in the native cultures. Horse is physical power and unearthly power. In shamanic practices throughout the world, horse enables shamans to fly through the air and reach heaven. Humanity made a great leap forward when horse was domesticated, a discovery akin to that of fire. Before horse, humans were earthbound, heavy laden, and slow creatures indeed. Once humans climbed on horses' back, they were as free and fleet as the wind. They could carry burdens for great distances with ease. Through their spiritual relationship with horse, humans altered their self concept beyond measure. Horse was the first animal medicine of civilization. Humanity owes an incalculable animal medicine. Humanity owes an incalculable debt to horse and to the new medicine it brought. It would be a long walk to see one's brother or sister if horse had not welcomed the two-legged rider upon its back. Today we measure the capacity of engines with the term of horsepower, a reminder of the days when horse was an honored and highly prized partner with humanity. Dreamwalker, a medicine man, was walking across the plains to visit the Arapaho Nation. He carried with him a pipe. The feather tied into his long black hair pointed to the ground, marking him as a man of peace. Over the rise of a hill, Dreamwalker saw a herd of wild mustangs running toward him. Black Stallion approached him and asked him if he was seeking an answer on his journey. Black Stallion said, I am from the void where the answer lives. Null and void. Ride on my back and know the power of entering the darkness and finding the light. Dreamwalker thanked Black Stallion and agreed to visit him when his medicine was needed in the dream time. Yellow Stallion approached Dreamwalker next and offered to take him to the east where illumination lives. Dreamwalker could share the answers he found there to teach and illuminate others. Once again, Dreamwalker thanked Yellow Stallion and said he would use these gifts of power on his journey. Red Stallion approached, rearing playfully. He told Dreamwalker of the joys of balancing work and heavy medicine with the joyful experiences of play. Now, we just read about Otter, who said we should play. He reminded Dreamwalker that he could better hold the attention of those he taught when humor was integrated with the lesson. Dreamwalker thanked him and promised to remember the gift of joy. Remember, we've talked about joy before. Dreamwalker was nearing his destination. The Arapaho Nation was close to hand. When White Stallion came to the front of the herd, Dreamwalker mounted White Stallion's back. White Stallion was the message carrier for all the other horses and represented wisdom in power. This magnificent horse was the embodiment of the balanced medicine shield. Now, here we're talking about balanced medicine shield when Otter was the balance of female. Okay. No abuse of power will ever lead to wisdom, said White Stallion. You, Dreamwalker, have made this journey to heal a brother in need, to share the sacred pipe, and to heal the Mother Earth. You have the knowledge through humility that you are an instrument of the Great Spirit. As I carry you upon my back, you carry the needs of the people on yours. In wisdom, you understand that power is not given lightly, but awarded to those who are willing to carry the responsibility in a balanced manner. Dreamwalker, the shaman, had been healed by the visit of the wild horses and knew that his purpose in coming to the Arapaho was to share these gifts with them. In understanding the power of horse, you may see how to strive for a balanced medicine shield. True power is wisdom, found in remembering your total journey. Wisdom comes from remembering pathways you have walked in another person's moccasins. Compassion, caring, teaching, loving, and sharing your gifts, talents, and abilities are the gateways to power. Okay. So horses got a lot of info there. And, it's interesting that the character Dreamwalker is brought into that story, if you will. Now, Weasel is number 33. Now, I have picked a 32 card, a 35 card, and a 33 card, just saying. And I shuffled them a lot. So, number 33. And I'm not sure that I have ever read Weasel. So, and I believe it was upside down. How about this one? Now, we've learned about all these other things, and Weasel is stealth. Okay. Now, here it says, Weasel, Weasel, Weasel. Who's in the hen house now? If I were to ask you, you'd say it was a cow. Weasel has an incredible amount of energy and ingenuity, yet it is a difficult power totem to have. It is not without significance that ermine or weasel pelt is worn by royalty. Weasel ears hear what is really being said. This is your great ability. Weasel eyes see beneath the surface of a situation to know the many manifestations of an event. This too is a rare gift. The chiefs sent Weasel to the enemy camp to smoke them for power. What are the medicines of the enemy? The chiefs would ask Weasel upon its return. Weasel never failed to give an accurate account of the enemy's numbers, strengths, and weaknesses. It was Weasel who tearfully told the original people of the coming of the white boat people. These brothers have strange new medicine, said Weasel. They will tell us that to live the way we do is wrong. They will confuse us with their talking bark. They have stolen thunder from sky, rather, and placed it in their weapons. They have no respect for the animal brothers and sisters, and they make their thunder speak to the animals and kill them. They will make the thunder speak to us also. Their numbers are too many to count, and these white brothers will steal everything from us but our spirits. The great dark shadow of the ravenous bird of death has fallen over the people. Weasel fur changes color with the season. Silent Weasel has many lessons to teach you. Weasel could confound Great Spirit, pick Great Spirit's pockets, and then leave Great Spirit contemplating the divine navel. If this is your personal medicine, your powers of observation are keen. You seem to be saying, leave me alone and I will do the same for you. You might even look a bit guilty at times due to what you know from observing. You may need to be alone. You may be a loner. Oh, you may be a loner, hiding yourself away from others, or perhaps even a recluse. Some would claim I'm a recluse, but I just, can't get around much anymore. You are a powerful ally to have in any business organization, since you can see what the competition is doing. People may make a great mistake in sizing you up once they do not immediately see your powers. But the first time they try to outsmart you, they will soon learn that your intelligence is greater than their own. Look to weasel power to tell you the hidden reasons behind anything. Some people are put off by weasel medicine, talent, and abilities, but there are no bad medicines. We all have power, or we would not be here to heal Mother Earth. Perhaps you have weasel power. You could use your secret gifts for the good of all. Observe who or what needs attention or a solution, and offer your assistance in your own quiet or discreet way. Now, Weasel was in the contrary position, upside down. Is contrary Weasel in your cards today? If so, look out for intrigue. Someone may be using covert tactics to weasel into the henhouse. Perhaps you should lock your doors and dress your teenager like a nun. Or perhaps you may be lying to yourself about something you know to be true. Now, I think that sentence, or perhaps you may be lying to yourself about something you know to be true. Pay attention to that line. This can be a lie on any level, for instance, storming the refrigerator at 3 a.m. and telling yourself no one will miss the half eaten portion of the pie. If you scratch someone else's automobile in a parking lot, leave a note. Don't slink away just because you can. Honesty to self and others is of the utmost importance. Another message of reversed weasel is to acknowledge why you have been doubting your feelings. I put right in the title, doubting. Weasel upright observes all actions, feelings, and situations with keen senses. In the contrary position, like it was, those abilities of observation are dulled until confusion sets in. When you don't know how you feel or what is occurring around you, doubt becomes the barrier to your progress. Then you may find a bit of paranoia seeping into your life. If you want to right the situation, start by shaking the dullness out of your head and observing the obvious. No one can fool you if you watch your step. Honor your knowing, seek the hidden reasons, and use discretion in the process. Now, this last little bit, as far as what I was trying to get across to y'all, doubt becomes the barrier to your progress. And I put it, and I mean, Teresa, and I were talking, and I said, I want to put doubt in there because, I talked about having confidence for your own self and for your soul and for your spirit. But then I didn't cover, the doubt that each of us, attends to at some point. And so it's like, oh, holy crap. So of these four cards, I leave it up to you, but in my opinion, again, smacked me right upside the head and said, okay, y'all, here we go. So with the ant, there's patience. And I have discussed this with several people over the last couple of weeks. I said, well, what about this? Should we do this? And spirits have been saying, and ant was the first card, in that patience right now. We need to kind of wait until things shake out. And it might be the first of the year before things kind of, settle down a little bit, in all kinds of areas. And, making any kind of, big financial plans or starting a business right now may not be a good thing, because there are so many things in flux right now. So in that, we may want to build this anthill right away, but we may actually need to have some patience and just go, well, I'm still going to work on it, still going to get there, but I'm not going to try to, do it too quickly. And, Otter, the female side of all of us, and the message there, and for you ladies who are going to start this thing on Friday, I think that Otter was meant for y'all, but for us guys too. But to, I think Otter card was pulled for that reason. Just saying, this is my after the, and horse, the strength of horse, and it's the different colored horses. It's the black horse. It's riding, into the darkness to find the light, and the power of that with horse, and of the understanding of the other things. And that's what we take with us. The power that we attain. Some people is like, well, I got this power. Do you even really realize what that power is? The power of healing by being able to speak to someone, the power of, your influence simply by you being a good person and showing it and feeling it, and somebody going, holy crap, you're a nice person, aren't you? And they trust you immediately. I mean, there are things that matter. And in this realm of, power seeking folks, where you're going to have the power of, the power of Grayskull. Okay. But the discussion of what power is to different people, what does it mean to you? Well, the power of Otter to understand these things. And so, okay, well, what is that power? The power is the understanding. It is the wisdom. It's the lessons, and it's what you take with you. And then at the same time, if you're a good shaman in training, then you will share that knowledge. You will share the stories so others can learn from that experience. So that's what the shaman in that story with the horse did. So his message was, and he said that he was cured, even though he was going to help a brother in need. He was cured because horse showed him these different things and allowed him to see more. So it's like, and the observance of Weasel right now. We need to be paying attention to what, some of these folks are trying to sell us, that we must be initiated to be a part of their group. When we understand the simpleness of this, when we understand that we already are a part of the League of Like-Minded Beings, then initiation is not necessarily it. Initiation is not necessary and should be avoided. Now that's some spirit messages from up yonder. They're screaming at me in a way. Tell these people don't do it. Okay, I did. So always forgive myself. Ant resonated for me. Patience with Nate. Yeah, Michelle, that's a hard thing. I was just going to type the power of Gray Skull. Dark truth. I love giving everyone a smile too. Yep, me three. Uh, Try that with a mask on. In talking about that here, 3.5 hours. Who wanted the 4 hour things? You're welcome, Teresa. Do you think it fit? I mean, every time I do a reading, I just sit here and go, man, I can't believe that. That shit hit right on the money. Yes, is be mind. Yes, it is. We try not to mention certain people's names, but in the topic of this discussion, though, you're absolutely right on that, because there are folks who are, I I try to, explain that the spirituality is already there. And then these other folks are into the deception that there are things that you must do in order to get spirituality. And the true meaning of all of this and what our journey is to remember that which we have forgotten. We already are spiritual beings. We already are. And so this other stuff is just pure nonsense. And, 10 years ago, I needed all kinds of crutches. I needed, candles lit and sage and rocks and all this stuff. And now I just think about certain things and I'm like, I'm already there. And I've already created a ceremony for my thought, if you will. There's already a candle lit somewhere. I don't have to do it every time. But in my own process, it's almost like there is an eternal, in my head, there is an eternal candle lit. There is eternally sage being burnt in honor. There is eternally, a pipe being smoked with tobacco. And so, when I meditate, um, and I was telling this to somebody the other day, I said, you reach a certain point, and I can't figure out where I reached my point, but it was a few years ago that I realized that these tools for me to meditate or to understand things honestly wasn't necessary. But in my heart, when I was seeking this knowledge, I was contemplating in the same way that I would do a ceremony. So I've done ceremonies in the past, and those past ceremonies are still with me, I guess. So I bring up that fire and the thing and the sage, and then I'm already there because I have done it in the past. So it is a part of me. So, but with that memory, I don't have to go through all of those things to have that ceremony. It's already present in my mind's eye. And it's a very interesting thing. The Bosto thing have twisted me up big time. I get chumped big time every time I practice it with any one but strangers. Yeah, we sort of made an agreement amongst ourselves that, and I had a discussion about this a month or so back, in that um, to say to be of service to someone else, we changed it to be of value. And if you're of value, then you will automatically be of service. But to be of serve, we say, I don't serve anyone. I do, however, with the understanding of Dante, I do serve the cause. In that, I'm working for the light side, and you ain't gonna change my mind on that one. So, but serving the cause is not necessarily like I'm bowing down, I'm worshiping. That ain't that. It's like I served in the armed forces, okay, that kind of thing. So with that said, uh, um, I think it's important for us to be of value. Yeah, and we just don't push it, you know. Um, thank you, Michelle. BOV is my POV. Uh, they is be mine. They take advantage of me big time. Even if it hurts me to help them, they don't care. Right? Exactly. And but in this idea of value, um, you must first be of value to yourself. Now, what do I mean? Well, I let's just take carpentry as just an example, okay? Well, I want to be of value. I'm going to go help somebody build a house. Okay. But you don't know how to hold on to a hammer. You don't know what size nails to use. So you're actually going to be of less value because you don't know shit about carpentry. Now, to the point though, your heart's in the right place and you could help around the site, but to be a carpenter without experience is pushing it. So to be of a better value, you learn how to be a carpenter. So that's not, you can't help anybody else if you don't know that those traits. And you don't have to become a master carpenter, but you at least need to learn what a tape measure is and how to read it and what, you know. So there are certain things that you can learn to be of value when you do share it with someone else. So, but if you're not of value to yourself, you can't be of value to someone else. It's an impossibility. You know, who does a drunk help? I mean, you know, who does a drunk help? They're drunk. They can't help anybody. So they're of no value to themselves, and nor can they be of any value to anybody else. So in this life of things, it's not being egotistical, it's being smart. I learned I have these talents. Before I can be of value to somebody else, I have to make sure I know how to do this stuff. And then I'm going to share. Absolutely. You know, but anyway, Teresa says, if I'm looking for a payback for the things I do for others, could backfire. Manage my expectations. Have no expectations when being of value. Yeah, it can't be there. You must do it with pure intent of I'm here to help you. And that's that. And you don't worry about what you just I'm here to help you. And that's it. But to that point. Yeah, I never expect anything, Isby. And that's one of the things that was sort of a hard lesson for me. In that, well, if I do these things, the least I could do is say thank you, you know, or and I was doing things and people were like, you know, they were some folks, I was doing things when I was doing things around the theater and stuff. Other folks were actually taking credit for. And they were like, yeah, I got this done. See, and I would, well, no, you didn't. I was here till 3 o'clock this morning painting that. You did not do that. Don't lie. You know, so yes, pure intent, not looking for payment in return. Yep, right, Teresa. Uh, even though I am always trying to Bosto. See, here's the thing, is be mine. In in my humble opinion, the slogans that are being tossed around are like monikers. You know, if I don't use these terms, then they're not going to accept me, or I'm not being of service to others because I'm not talking about it all the time. And it's just it's deceitful what they have done with this, and uh, it's taking a good idea and twisting it. And it's like, well, you better be of service to others, or you're not. You know, you're of no value. But first become of value, and then you will it's automatic. It's automatic. When you understand yourself enough, you will, and with that simple intent that you wish to share, then when you become a value to yourself, it will spread automatically. You don't have to do it. It just will come. I changed it to be of service. Be of value. Forget service. Drop the word service. I'm sorry. Drop it. That's the word that bothers me the most in that is be mine. But now you do what you want. But to my point, and I think a lot of us, we had this discussion privately and sort of publicly in that we just felt that, our energy was being stolen because we have to always be of service. We have to do this thing. And, I might feel like crap today and I don't want to be of service. So screw you. So does that make me a bad person? No, today I'm of little value to myself. Therefore, how can I be of service to anyway? But do what you want in that respect. But in this, and I have meditated on this for a while, going, why does this bother me? And many of us have had this discussion beforehand. But let it speak to you. Be of value. Just think of that, and go back if you haven't seen that video that I did about value. And just check it out and see if any of that resonates with you in our discussion of the being of service thing. Anyway, but to the point, use your own discretion. But here's the thing. Are you doing it because somebody else, has put those thoughts in your head that this is what you need to be? And you feel, well, yeah, that's how I feel. Because at first I felt that same thing. Then I saw pasta everywhere. And I was like, there's something wrong with this. We talked about it amongst ourselves. And then I did a video. And, I realized that no, there was just something wrong in how it was being phrased and how it was being pushed by other communities and things. And we all just said, nope. And we stopped using it. But to that point, though, regardless of whether or not we use the Bosto nomenclature, many of us are of more of service without using the term. So it was an eye opener to some of us in that, why I don't serve anyone, sorry about that, but I'm always of value and I try to be. So this just makes more sense, Anyway, but to that point, find what resonates for you. But if I can talk you out of using the service thing, I would greatly like to do that. No, I don't, because I feel compassion and empathy. Not the only one, Hawkeye. Hey, Sarah, expecting nothing, then you'll never be disappointed. And also, Sarah, with that, I have done things absolutely without giving 2 cents about anything to come back on me. And when you least expect it, things would come to me. And I did a video, it's probably been a couple of years ago, when me and my friend Marcia went into town or something, and we got free gas at the gas station, and all the numbers corresponded to something. And it was like the angels, they left $7, or it was really odd, the numbers that played out. But there was free gas at the pump, and and there was this, and it was really weird. So, and it happened after some other series of events that I just did. But the things that came back without asking, So anyway, paying it forward. Yeah. And sometimes, when you least expect it, there will just be something that happens and you look around and go, well, why do I deserve that? But here's the thing. It may be that you did pay it forward, or that something else had happened, and that the that just was just not expected at all. So you did something without expecting anything. You'll receive something without expecting it. That's what I found. Anyway, 339, you are all bringing value to my life. Thank you. And Michelle, whether you know it or not, you bring value to our life. And um, I send prayers to you, silent prayers. Well, most of my prayers are silent, but I send prayers to you, Michelle, for you and your son. And, your son's locked up in his little world. Actually, it's a big world, but so the pressure is on you more than him. But anyway, so my prayers are there. Um, Knowledge is power. And here's the thing, and we need to have a conversation about power one night, because so many have this idea, well, I've attained this power. Okay, can you quantify it? Oh, what do you mean, Hawkeye? Well, can you give it value? Well, I have this power. What is it? Well, I understand. Okay, what do you understand? Well, I get it. What do you get? Well, I get it. I've got that power. I understand. Okay, so they talk around this subject. So, but the folks who wanted to discuss power, and so knowledge is power, but it's only powerful if you know how to use the knowledge, right? I mean, somebody can give you um, a wrench set to fix a car, and you go, "Ooh, look! I got a crescent wrench, and I got a 9 millimeter open end here, and I got a screwdriver. Ooh, and there's the car engine. And now I have knowledge of what these tools are. I have knowledge of the fact that they can take an engine apart or whatever, but I don't have any knowledge of the engine. So knowing what to do with the tools doesn't do you any good if you don't have knowledge of the engine. So what power is there in the knowledge? So you use the power of what you know about tools to figure out, to gain the knowledge and the power of how to fix a car, of how to take bolts off and stuff. So, but what is that power? The knowledge of how to use tools. Well, that's powerful. Well, how so? I can fix shit. Okay, so what's the power in that? Well, if you can fix shit really good, people will pay you large sums of money to fix their car, to fix their. So if you know how to fix things and use tools, then that could, that's how you make your living or whatever, or, that's how you are of value. And so if you're really good at it, then your value is better. Um, I've seen some people who do crappy work and get a lot of money. I never could figure that one out. But anyway, but in that, but it is the value that you produce. So, well, I have the knowledge. What knowledge? Well, I've read these books. What'd you get out of it? What's it going to do you? Well, I have this power now. What power? I have the power of the knowledge. You see, they talk in circles. So, but what is that power? Are you using your wisdom? Well, what do you mean? Well, you keep reading books. If you were wise enough, you'd realize that about 4 books ago, you should have shut up and you should have meditated on what you've already learned. But then we find out that some of these folks, who will not be mentioned, who have been mentioned but will not be mentioned, is that they have admitted that they've been deceiving us all along, that they have been planning these things. What? Yeah. So their plan is to experiment on you to see whether or not this initiation will work with a bunch of people online. Now, do you want to be a guinea pig to that? Do you want your friend to be a guinea pig to that? And that's what you should absolutely say to your friend. Do you want to be a guinea pig? Do you know what might happen here? Well, no, but I trust this guy. Do you really? Are you sure? Are you positive you're going to sell your soul out because you believe this guy. Because if you do these things, then you will become. And really, seriously, okay. I'm just asking the question. I want you to be sure because I know, not me. So, but anyway, so with this knowledge, though, so people have this power, but they're not using it. They're not using the power of their own instinct. I should stay away from this shit. Oh, no, he's a good guy. We should listen to him, you know. Oh, he wouldn't steer us wrong. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Oh, no, the great deceptor. Pay attention. Oh, well, he wouldn't do that. He's not like that. Okay. Okay. Use your own discernment, you know. But are you using your own intellect? Are you using the wisdom and the knowledge that you already have? Because you may be being deceived. And it was in the cards tonight, too, about being deceived. You know, we might need to take a look at something and go, maybe this person's lying to us. So before I would become, hi, Marie, I've been sending prayers, and your brother's name is still right here. See, it is right here in my prayers. Do not be deceived. I just wish I had the power to make Franklin's appear on the sidewalk while walking down the street. Yeah, that would be nice too. Hey, Deborah 2X. Teresa, any initiation that begins by telling me that I will be that it will be horrifying is not something. Yep, that's right. The warning's already listed by this person. Use your wisdom and your knowledge to go, wait a minute, something sounds, something is being deceptive here. Any initiation that warns me I have to be totally committed to it is uncomfortable. Yeah, Fox says, nothing like a random Benjamin bundle on the street. You know, though, seriously, there a couple of years ago, I'm poor as a church mouse, but we were going to the mountains anyway. You know, had enough money for gas to get up there and back. We had food and our camping stuff, you know, but, you know, there was no going, sightseeing or nothing like that per se. You know, no buying souvenirs. But there were some folks that asked me, say, well, why do you go to the mountains then if you can't go shopping at the stores and this and that? And I said, well, because being in the mountains is more valuable to me than going and shopping the stores up in Dahlonega and up in there, right? And Helen and so forth. You know, it's more important. It's more value to me to go just be in the national forest and sit by a stream. You know, well, if I'm going to go, I don't want to do that all day long. I want to go sightseeing. Well, we go sightseeing, but it doesn't cost us anything but gas. You know, we go sightseeing, but it's not in the. You go sightseeing and go want to buy souvenirs and go in this store and that. That's not sightseeing. That's That's shopping. But but those folks who would go to North Georgia, to Helen up in there, would go for the town. I went because of certain mountains and areas up there, not for the town itself, but for the area. So, well, but you're going to the mountain. Yep, different reason. We're still going to the mountains, but what I value out of it and what they value, not the same. They couldn't go sit beside a stream like I would do. They would be bored to tears. And I was happier than a clam, running up and down these little streams and looking for rocks and panning for gold and stuff. Oh, but to them, are we, it's been an hour. Are we still here? We're not gone yet? Let's go to town and go shop. Let's go. Okay. So the destination can be the same, but the value of the destination. So the journey, anyway, Marie, the knowledge my brother has lacked experience. He had no prior knowledge from others whom could give advice or direction. Been full of knowledge, he became arrogant taking on the system, and consequences came back and bit him. Taking the bull by the horns needs more than just knowledge. Thank you, Marie. I have been telling some other folks that same thing. Oh, there are folks talking about sovereignty. Oh, for God's sake, stay out of that one. Well, I can get in touch with the Vatican and I can do this, and you're gonna, I'm sorry, but most of the folks who have tried that have failed. Well, this one guy did it. One guy out of thousands of people who tried and have failed, and some of them gone to jail and are still in jail, mind you. I'm thinking of a particular person in general, and he was in his 70s when they arrested him. Like, what's this 70-year-old man going to do? And they picked him up, threw him in jail. Um, you know, and he was trying to use his knowledge to help other people and to also to avoid saying anything that would get him arrested. Got him anyway. So they want to silence you when you start talking about sovereignty and all this stuff. You better damn sure be careful. And when they smack you upside the head when you start declaring that, and they take your rights away, and you go, but I'm a sovereign being, and they go, yeah, you're a sovereign being in the corner of a jail cell, with a stainless steel toilet with no seat, and your bunk is a piece of steel, and you get no mattress, but we will give you a raunchy pillow. Have a nice day. Have a nice week. We're arresting you until we decide to let you go. Bye. Keep your sovereignty. So until some great changes are made, that kind of stuff you need to stay away from. I now pay my taxes. I save up money. I pay my taxes. I try to fight the system. And what I've learned is I end up paying more. Every time I tried to fight the system about my property taxes, they've won $500 or $600 more out of me because I tried to fight the system. They tack on this, they tack on that. Go ahead, fight the system. You'll get bit. And some people say, well, I got it. Well, you were lucky. I'm just here to tell you, you were lucky. Be careful. Yes, Marie, and you need the money too, and that's what they do. They milk you into debt. Absolutely. I want to go to Flat Rock. East Flat Rock? I've been to East Flat Rock. Isby, here's the thing. And each one of us are going to have to make this decision, especially if things go south the way they're planning. And, with the election and stuff, we'll leave it at that. But some of us may be hit with basically a do or die situation. If you want to work, then you'll have to get this. If you want to do whatever, you're going to have to get this. And we're going to say, no, we're not going to comply. But then what will that do to you and your family? So there are consequences. So there are times when we say, well, I'm not going to comply, when actually we need to comply at least a little bit so that we can live to fight another day. So now it depends on what they mean by comply. Now, like the other day when I went to the polling booth, there are people in and out of there. Nobody worrying about masks. Nobody saying anything. People are just acting normal. I mean, it was great. I was like, Lady walked up right up to the window and was talking. Duggar stuck his head out and she petted him. And, she wasn't, she was like right at the truck. We were within a foot of each other. So there was no social distancing there. She wanted to pet the dog. So, and I didn't see anything wrong with it. And she didn't see anything wrong with it. We were just two folks acting normal. And I was like, hallelujah, because other places aren't like that. So where you live and how you live and what the circumstances are, they're the folks that in my district down here out in the country, we didn't comply to anything. We didn't get into anybody's faces. There was no argument. We all went, we all voted, we all were respectful of one another, but only two people had masks on. And it made the voting situated made it almost impossible to keep a 6 foot distance, and so nobody was even worried about it. I loved it. I was like, thank you, Jesus. Some normality in my own neighborhood. My own neighbors down here, they're acting like normal people. Thank you, Jesus. There is a God, you know what I mean? And I don't believe in God. So I believe in the creator. So, but the idea though that, there really is hope for this world. And it was shown to me right down the road from me, with other folks that live here. So I was like very pleased in that fact. But, with this other thing, there are other folks who are complaining about, there wasn't people that had to have, they were standing in line, they did this and they did. Okay, sorry you had to go through it, but it was pretty easy for us. I mean, it took me less than 20 minutes. Well, I think it took 30 with the drive up there and horsing around and talking with the lady in the parking lot. And, but, it didn't take any time to go in and sign up and vote. I was in there, out of there, talking with other folks, and back to the house in less than 30 minutes, more like about 20. That's a 5-minute drive. So, but anyway, but with that said, though, I'm really proud, of us, and us is what's going to make a difference. Value has more meaning. Yeah. My doctors and nurses hated hearing me talk about how masks are going to make more people sick than help. Yeah. I've got a doctor friend of mine who's just, jumping up and down. Oh, the mask or this and that. And I look at him and I go, seriously? Now, my doctor, that I've known for over 20 years, she's like, mask ain't doing shit. And, it's just a waste and people are getting sick. So, doctor in Quitman, doctor in Thomasville, and they're both good doctors. They're both good people. But, well, one's a Democrat and one's a Republican. Anyway, but I see Doc Harding as being more practical. And she's saying, listen, folks, this really isn't practical. We've had the flu before. And I remember about 10 or 15 years ago, there was a flu that went through that damn near killed a bunch of us. And nobody was wearing masks or washing hands. Now, we had learned within the company that we needed to, make sure we kept each other, safe. And, there was a lot of, is being of value. Don't pitch it to Wayne. It's my idea. He don't like me. Actually, it was Dante's idea, and I just went with it. Deborah, I'm hoping the powers that be don't decide to cross the line. Me too. But no matter what, I've drawn my line. Yep. And this is going to be a separate discussion, but I'm going to make 4 hours here just because Michelle wanted me to. But there's Sasha, I can't think of his last name, and a bunch of folks that there was a video about a month ago now, a couple of weeks at least, called Line in the Sand. And they had people from all over the world, and they were all saying the same basic thing. We're saying no to masks here, and we're drawing a line in the sand. And that's it. We're gonna Well, here's the thing. What I've noticed since then, and people who are talking about certain things, that line seems to be moving. In other words, that line in the sand, well, I had to go to town and I wanted to go to this place and I couldn't get in without a mask. Okay. Well, I thought you told me you weren't going to move a mask. Well, wear a mask, or, that you're going to be, you're going to stand up. Well, but I really wanted to go in there and so you complied. Well, yeah. So you moved the line in the sand. Well, no, not really. Yeah, you did. You moved the line in the sand, or you changed your opinion, or you're making certain allowances. So that's sort of what I want to. This was a separate topic for another video, but after I made 4 hours. Okay, so but in that though, I think people are going to find out that they're going to put a line in the sand, but because of circumstances, that line's going to move, and if we are too solid with, well, that's the line in the sand, it might be really difficult to make it through the next few days, kind of thing. So you should reconsider. Well, I've made my line in the sand. Okay, but does it mean that you'll never wear a mask again, or that you're just proclaiming that you don't agree with it? So what is that line in the sand? Well, I wanted to go into, Home Depot and I had to have a mask on. Okay. But I still got the line in the sand. They're not going to make me. Well, you complied without anybody holding a gun to your head. So you moved the line in the sand, didn't you? Well, be careful, So here in my wisdom and understanding, the most valuable. I don't think he likes me so much either, but sometimes I read some fascinating stuff. I agree, Isby mine. Just possibilities. Everything is in question. I question everything, no matter who wrote it or reads it. Right. Here's the issue with that, though. With some of the things that he's reading, we are participating in what he's reading. So if he's reading about spell casting and he reads the procedure, then you are participating in that spell cast, whether you understand it or not. So by your association with someone who deals with that, then you're giving them your energy because you're supporting them. So, and there was, it was on the Dark Journalist a couple of weeks ago, and Dr. Joseph Farrell, I think he is, he made a very bold statement towards the end of that 4-hour video. Here I am doing one at the end of this 4-hour video, but saying the same thing, that any association, when you know that that might be questionable material, but you agree to participate anyway. Well, I just want to hear what he has to say. By listening, you're participating and you're giving what he's reading. Now, I'm meaning more of the, not everything, but those things that he is, kind of gotten a little weird with here stuff, and the Satanist Bible or whatever. Now, if he's going to read from that, you should turn it off immediately, because otherwise you are willfully participating. And none of us in that want, I don't want to willfully participate. Not, so, good, Sarah. And a good statement. It's not what you know, it's how you use it. Yep. Deborah Truex, my line isn't mask for shopping, it's shots, but I'm clear on it. I understand, Deborah. So, my point is, though, everybody's going to have their own line in the sand for whatever it is that may come up. And we should not be so bold as to, well, I won't. Now, they'll give me a shot with me kicking and screaming, but, I'm not going to volunteer. So I agree with you on that one, Deborah. Maverick says, Kenna's on a real path about the mask right now. And so are, the UK and places overseas. Lots of places starting to require it. An electronics store was handing them out the other day. Went in a couple days later, they had stopped. Yeah, the Dollar Generals down here had put up go for 24, says Gerald. Nah, maybe another time. But the Dollar Generals down here had these great big red signs everywhere, all on the wear your mask, do your part, and nobody was wearing their mask. And then about a week or so, because I go to the store about every week to 10 days, and so I went in the next time, and it was like there was only a couple of the red ones. Only a few people were intermittently wearing masks. And recently, they've taken the red signs down, and there was only a couple of signs like on the front door. And now, when I went back into this other store the other day, there was one on, and they had started putting, they weren't red ones, but they were white ones. They had put them back in certain places, like along in the food, the freezer section on the doors. So where they had taken them down before. So it's like, but they weren't red signs, and nobody was wearing a mask. There might have been the odd person that came in and out. And so I shopped for 30 minutes in the store. Nobody had a mask on. No, people were being respectful of their places, but nobody's being paranoid or anything around here. I think people are have common sense. And, people pick on Southerners all the time, but I think we're a lot smarter than the rest of these dummies in some of these other places, the Northeast, for example. Holy crap. Dr. Joseph Farrell, right, Michelle? He doesn't usually read the spell, though. He said it. But, right, is be mind, but I understand it. I don't agree in everything he reads. I wanted to know what's used against me. Understood, but here's the thing, and we need to understand this critically. Your intention may not have anything to do with his intention. So there are things like in the Vatican that we've been warned about for years by different priests and clerics and so forth, that they do a satanic black mass in the Vatican in the basement, okay, before they say mass upstairs with the congregation. And you go, what's that? Because they start the black mass and they tie the black mass in with the regular mass. Now, here's all these Catholics who have not a clue that they're participating in a black mass. So what happens? They're just there praising the Lord and having their thing when actually their prayers have been compromised. So they're sitting in the church minding their own business, and they have just participated in a black mass. Now, with that said, it's because the people who are doing it have a different motive and intent. So we're just sitting in the audience listening, but their intent is clearly something else. Otherwise, they would not be reading this stuff at all. They would mention it. They would not read from it. And Joseph Farrell said that even if you look at the cover, you're giving it energy. If you touch the book, so, and if you know a person who has touched a book or is holding the book or reading from it, then they have already been affected by this book. And you should not share that energy. Now, that's just for you. You make up your own, but understand it's a lot deeper. I understand you want to know what they're talking about. I get it. And a lot of us do. But you could be compromised simply by listening. It's out there. So that's the warning. Delaney says, personally, I'm sick of his jaw jacking with no proof of what he says he experiences. Thank you, Delaney. There's another good point of view. Wait, let me. Delaney says, I think Wayne don't like that I got videos to back up my UFO fairy ghost stories. Right. And when I talk about orbs and stuff, I posted pictures, right? There were orbs that went across my screen during a live stream once or twice, and y'all saw it. So, and other folks have seen things in the background here at the house. So, yeah, pisses me off too, is be mine. Uh, let's see, Teresa, nothing can be used against me unless I give permission. Even those things I don't know about, giving them thought makes it reality. If I don't acknowledge that it's real, then it has no effect on me. If I pay attention to it, it becomes real. I have to disagree, Teresa. It may not affect you, but it's affecting what they do. Okay. We're minding our own business over here, but we have not a clue what their intentions are. And so you can say that for yourself, but what you actually don't know is that they're still stealing, they're still swiping your energy. The thing about the black mass under the cathedral and then coming up, all those Catholics and whoever else is attending mass, not a clue, not a clue. Well, they would not give their intent or their permission to any of this, but it's still being stolen. And that's the thing that, well, I don't give any credit, but it's too late. They already swiped it. Well, no, they didn't. How do you know? And so this is very, very, very deep. Teresa, I know where you're coming from, but there is another level to this. And that's the point of this is there's another level to this. A lot of people are not giving it credence to. So be careful, you know. And they're warning, and more people are warning about this. I thought I was by myself, and then that person, Doctor, what's his name, talked about it. So, any association with someone who is practicing that, they're getting you, regardless of what you think. That's the weird part. So anyway, Maverick, they can try. I refuse to wear it. The virus is 3 microns. The whole, yeah. So the discussion about the virus is that it's like trying to kill a mosquito with a bug zapper the size of a chain link fence. Yeah, Dark Truth. The Dark Journalist has a great channel. He does, and some really strange and interesting information. Um, there is. Oops. Wait. Praying to the morning star. Yeah, he does. He does his research, Deborah. Yes. Maverick says if two rivers flow together, one clean, one dirty, what happens to the clean one? It's still clean until they merge, because I've been on the river and seen that happen. So they're clean until they merge, and then it becomes partially muddy. But yeah, so you can have a clear thought in a muddy stream, and you're going to end up in the muddy stream no matter what. Anyway, Michelle, I only have interest and curiosity in all things surrounding and encompassing spirituality. Listen, I want to know what the dark side's doing too. But the more I tried to find out about it, the more I realized I was being affected by what I wanted to know what they were doing. So I realized they're up to shit. That's all I need to know. What kind and how they're doing it, don't care. It really is a moot point. The fact that they are doing it, that's all I need to know. You know, how did I catch those pics, Hawkeye? You mean the orbs? The spirits usually tell me what camera settings to use. You have to use a delayed flash with um, the um, um, the iris set to. Um, you have the exposure. You have to up the exposure a little bit. Yeah, the loosh. Well, Teresa, you keep that thought up, but understand there are things that we just don't understand, but you keep that thought up. I keep saying, I understand you disagree all you want to, but there's more other proof in spirituality. They steal our shit, even when we say no. But anyway, uh, yeah, Dark Truth says, I've seen movement behind you many times. Yeah, I agree with you, Fox. Teresa, it's not about your protection. It's the fact that they sideswipe some of your energy for their intention. Okay. It's not that it's going to come back on you, it's that they're using it for their intentions. You're all nice and safe and snug. But they're still, you were participating, you were in the group, so therefore there was this group mind that they try to achieve, and the energy that is there, you're still protected. I agree, so am I, but they can sideswipe us. Okay, so anyway, yeah, it's not that it's not that you're being attacked, but that it, yeah, it's that association thing. Yeah, they got some stuff that is like the powers and the spells that these folks are doing. They're using earth energy and true sacrifices. And so if they're, for example, they're trying to get 200 people to go live with them, for example. So those, simply because there's 200, they have reached a particular goal. There's a massive whatever it is, right? So, and it's a quantum, and it only takes one little piece of quantum that might escape you. You're still protected, mind you, but they get to use it. It's a really strange situation, but it's not about how you are protected. You keep your energy, and but any participation in certain things, they end up somehow with extra juice in their thing, even though, but anyway, that's enough of that. Critical mass, yes. So it's not about your protection, it's about what they, last time cost me an arm and a leg. Ah, okay. Life force and good vibes are vital. Yeah. And see, so our protection is that you believe that you have protection. Because if you doubt that you have protection, it ain't there. So the doubt of your own spirituality, I am protected. However you want to say it, well, the source has got me. I just say I'm protected. The universe has got me because I um, agree to work on the side of the light, and I reject the dark side. And my intention is, and I accept the healing, the wisdom, the knowledge, and the protection from the universe. Okay. Delaney says they eat out negative energy. They can't eat it if we don't create negative energy with fear. Very good point. They can't have it if we don't create it. So, but when we doubt ourselves, you know, you've seen the movie where the priest goes in to exorcise some demon or something, and he opens up the door and they're spitting out pea soup and twisting around in the air, and the priest loses his shit, and the demon gets him. We're not out to exorcise uh, demons or whatever. But to keep them out of us, we have to be confident. We have to be sure that we believe that we are. And if something happens to you that maybe whatever, you can seek extra help or meditate on that. Maybe I need, St. Christopher, or maybe I need some type of, a crystal that will help me. I can charge a crystal that would help to protect me or, whatever. But to the point though, if we don't believe it, then we're not. And man, I went through a bunch of years not believing. So when you hear me say you must believe 100.1%, it can't be 99. It's got to be 100. You have to be so sure of yourself. Yes, I believe. Yes, I believe. Yes, I believe. Yes, I believe. I believe. I believe. I believe. Now, here's the thing. And I got to be honest. Could something still happen to you? Yes, because that's just the nature of the universe. But if you're not a target and you believe, you believe, you believe, you believe, you believe, there's going to be a lot of entities out there just ain't going to muck with you. Why? Because you believe. So it's the ones that don't believe or have so much doubt. And so that's why there are certain persons right now who, are the deceit that they carry. It's like, you got to be careful here. Barbershop mirrors with infinite reflections, none perfect copies. Kind of, sort of, because there's a distortion in all the glass. Demons are human too. Some of them are, Gerald. Marie, what are the distractions that are not truly in your need but are deceptions, counterfeit fulfillment, lie your apps on the implanting of false security? Yep. Smash up is priceless to see what worth people give it outside of themselves. Right. Believe, beloved. Deborah says, I don't believe in guilt by association. Each person is responsible for their own actions, negative or positive. I choose love, but I don't let the negative actions of others live in me. Very good. But sometimes those actions, whether we even know they're there or not, can be affecting us. So I have understood over the years that, I found out later on that there were actually people who were performing spells against me, wishing me harm, and, like what? And I had no idea, but there was some weirdness going on that I just couldn't place. And then I found out later on that there were people actually trying to harm me with spells and incantations. So it's like, but I didn't know they were there, or, so in that though, regardless of where or who or what it might come from, I must be strong in myself. I must be at least assured of that. Now, could I still be attacked? Yes, because of something that I have not experienced before. But if I gain the experience and knowledge, if it doesn't kill me, then I will learn how to, fight against that or protect myself against that too. So, we say there that we can be protected from anything. I do believe that. But there's a caveat to this. Recently, in these last 2 or 3 years, the weirdness of entities in and out of our space, if you understand, is such that I think our internal understanding of protection doesn't cover these extra entities. And I mean, it's because they're not normal. They're out of the realm of like normal shit that folks on this planet have to defend themselves from. And so are we still protected? And I would say it's sort of like no fault insurance. Well, but if you don't know that there's a semi barreling at you at 90 mile an hour coming over this hill, and whoops, there it is. So, but are you protected? Yeah, but there are some unknowns right now. Not to freak you out or to put fear in you, but there are some folks who've been, they're highly skilled in protection, and in a couple of ways they've had their ass kicked. Now there are other things involved, and they're high value type people to be attacked. So me and you, I don't think so, but the more we stick our head up out of the foxhole, the more chances we have of getting it shot off. Delaney says, the only thing the vampires can mess with me is financially. I freak when I got no cash for food. Yep. Marie, know your insecurities, then they can't play with them. That's true. And you do that internal dark work and you say, there's a problem. You're not going to bother me anymore. Go away. I got this. It's a matter of awareness, says Deborah. Teresa, well, they can cast away, but it will be reflected back onto them. So they better watch out. Dark Truth, they have no power unless you give it to them. And that's my warning. There are certain entities, I don't think you and me had to deal with them, but they're here on this planet and it's out of the norm. They made me say that. Unemployment owes my man $2,000 and $25,000. Holy crap. Yep. Hi, Ascension. How are you? So just be aware. I'm confident that I'm covered, but then I see a great big tall, 8-foot blue being that nobody's ever seen before. And I go, I'm not sure if he's covered under my insurance program here. But anyway, just wanted to put that out to you. So stay in love. Yeah, we have to still believe that we're protected. If we falter in that, we're in so many ways we're dead. It's the highest frequency. Yep. So 4 hours and 27 minutes. I think this is a record. Marie says they can get you indirectly as well by messing up something that is within your own circle karma. They interfere with your karma by implanting their own within it to gain what they want to reap. Yes, they mess with stuff around you. Absolutely. To try to get to you. But, and you'd be surprised. Maverick said, I've had a couple of strange astrals of late, things coming at me which do not fare so well. Protection is there, saved me in both the 3D and astral, of which I am grateful. Yes, Ascension, I've been on here for over 4 hours. Yep. Marie says, and you're not reaping what your plan because it was interfered with. Exactly. All I would say, Teresa, is you'd be surprised. I understand where you come from. I love you. But there are entities that, and I've seen this cause and effect. And, it's less with me and Duggar here at the house. But when other people are involved, that messing with you it creeps in. So you're still protected, but they'll mess with stuff around you. Isby, consciousness interruption and ads on cable. Oh, yeah, that's a really crazy. Amanda, be well. Gotta go. I do too, Marie. I really have to go. Go. As long as you know that they tried. Here's the thing. Just be aware that there's new shit on the block. That's all. Should you be worried? No. But just understand that what used to be the normal paradigm for planet Earth has changed. Dimensional shifts, dimensional changes, not the same as it was a couple of years ago. Just saying. Going to leave it at that. Okay. Be well. Yep. Bye, Amanda. Bye, Ascension in. Look, check your settings on the computer. They all have sensor frequencies. Okay, everybody. 4 hours and 30 minutes. I think this is a new record for me. And remember, it's not ascension, it's transition. But anyway, I had to throw that little tad bit in there. Y'all scrolling stuff by. Um, Marie, I can say that they interfered with my brothers. Even the interference was newspaper article, which distorted a story. So they are interfering with the goal, the karma to what is happening. Yes, there's lots of stuff that's going on that's twist and shit. And so we just need, here's the thing, you know, it's that 5 minute rule. If our emotions get lost for more than 5 minutes, cut it off. Get pissed, 5 minutes, time's up. But anyway, so thank you, Is Be Mind. Teresa, as always, Dark Truth, Teresa, Amanda, Marie, always got prayers going. Michelle, for you and your little one. Ascension, let's see, who else? Teresa, uh, I'm trying to scroll back up. Sarah Horton, always, Dark Truth, Deborah Truex, and Is Be Mine. I don't know if I missed anybody. Okay, if I missed anybody, I love you, I do. Fox, hey, yeah. Fox Rodriguez, to you as well. So thank you all for your love, your time, and the fact that you will at least consider this. You know, here's the thing about this spirituality thing. Be confident, but don't be arrogant. I mean, seriously, don't be arrogant. Well, I know I am a spiritual being. Good. But don't try to flaunt it. Not that any of you would, but in that, I had to learn a lesson myself when, I was so sure of myself, I had actually gone a little overboard and was flaunting it. And the spirits came in and kicked my butt to ground me, as it were. Teresa, okay, I won't be arrogant, never. That I wasn't necessarily speaking about you, Teresa, but there is the arrogance is in the self. Well, nothing can hurt me. Well, wait a minute. Are you sure? I learned that lesson sadly by myself, and it's not about arrogance. But it may be overconfidence. Like I have surfed. Now I haven't, but here's the story. I've surfed a 5 foot wave many times, but I've only surfed a 20-foot wave once. Well, they're both waves. They're both on the ocean. You're both on a surfboard, but one of them is one that you've seen them, you've heard about them, but you have not ridden them. So with that, our spirituality is we know that there are big waves out there, but do we really know what a 20-foot wave feels like crashing on us when up to this point, our experience has been 5 foot waves? That analogy, maybe I know, but understand that, times are different now. Let's just be sure that we're not overconfident, but that we're confident enough. I love you all, I do. Uh, I love you too, Michelle, Isby, Maverick. Okay. So, cosmic hugs, everybody. 3 foot away almost drowned me last summer. Yeah, I know what that means. That's a decent analogy. Waves. Yes, there's a lot of thing about waves and water and stuff. Oh, and, for those of you who go back a ways with me, remember I told you that things were going to get interesting and we needed to get in our inner tubes and learn how to float on the waves. Sometimes it's going to be a big wave. Sometimes it's going to be a smaller one. So anyway, love you too, Teresa. Ascension with. Thank you, Marie, and everybody. Well, I've said thank you to all of you up to this point. So I'm going to quit reading and get out of here. 4.5 hours, new record for me. Okay. I continue to pray honestly each and every day that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relatives will learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe and the healing. I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the power from the universe. And as that law of three, I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive and to share the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, the love, and the power of the universe. And I continue to pray and throw another one in there. I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to see the chaos for what it is. And if there needs to be any social distancing, it should be with the chaos that's surrounding us now. So stay true to yourselves, my brothers and sisters, in this. And if somebody wants to initiate you, think about it. But anyway, my love to you as always. Duggar is asleep, but I will give him a hug for y'all. And he says, just to be on the safe side, Ween and cosmic hugs. And from South Georgia, as always, TTFN. Ta-ta for now. Be safe, be kind, be sweet, be compassionate, and above all, be of value to yourself, and it will become of value to others. Till next time, be safe, my friends. Okay? Bye.